Hey everyone, this is Julie Bartkus. Welcome to the first ever Childcare Business Success Blab Fest. I'm really excited about what we're doing tonight, and I was kind of worried when I first started. I was like, I don't see anybody, but now I see tons of people jumping on the video link to be with us. So this is my very first time using this platform, so I hope that it works for everybody. And if it doesn't, you'll be able to shoot us an email. You could communicate with Robin. She's monitoring the event this evening to make sure it's as smooth and flawless for everybody as possible. And she's at robin@childcarebusinesssuccess.com. So if you have any difficulties by any means, just feel free to shoot her an email. If you're seeing me and can't hear me, let me know, and she's going to reach out to me. And Robin, feel free to shoot me a text or communicate with me. We have an amazing lineup for you tonight. And this whole idea came about because I really wanted to reach out and connect with you sooner than later. We've got our conference coming up in just about 6 weeks, but I know that there's a lot of you who are struggling achieving greater levels of childcare business success, or you just want to plug in to some great ideas and great strategies. So the whole idea with what we've pulled together is for you to be able to join us, get some hot tips, some fantastic strategies, and some motivation to really take your business to the next level. And I see some chats coming through, so that distracted me for a moment. So like I said, this is brand new technology to me. But I was sitting here preparing for the Childcare Business Success Conference, and if you haven't registered yet, claim your seat. We'll be talking about that throughout this evening as well. I'll tell you what, I have no hidden agenda. I'm going to just put it out there and say, yes, we want you to come to the conference. And yes, this is going to be kind of a trailer for what we have in store for you at the conference. But nonetheless, there are some great tips, strategies, and I have a full lineup of guests. We're going to be kicking off with our first guest in just a few moments. But also, we are going to be going until about 8:30 tonight. So that's about 4.5 hours of you meeting some amazing topic experts that are going to be at the Childcare Business Success Conference, as well as some tips and strategies from me in the interim. So before I introduce my first guest, who's going to be, oh my gosh, just a person that I really adore, and he has supported us with everything that we've done to try to bring childcare business success to life, from our books to our magazines. I'll give you a hint. Here he is on the recent one. But Chuck Gibbs will be joining us as our first guest very shortly. I want to let you know that one of my core beliefs is that how you do anything is how you do everything. And when it comes to childcare business success, it is absolutely no different. So often we think, oh, well, we don't have enough enrollment, so we need to market. Or, oh, our staff are unmotivated, so we need to go and implement all these different motivational techniques and ideas. Well, we really look at things from a holistic perspective and say, what is it that you need to do more or differently in your business and in your life that will generate you bigger, faster, quicker results? Which is why our clients see things like 36 enrollments in 3 weeks, or just now having their dream team in place, and they're doing all of these amazing things. And it can really happen sooner than later when you're really willing to look at the big picture of everything that you want to bring into fruition. So we created a childcare business success model. I'll have to see, is it in one of the magazines? And if you didn't grab the magazine, you can get a copy at magazinebyjuliebartkus.com. But here's our childcare business success model, and I'll just show this to you. And this is really where I teach around. And if this is showing up backwards on the cameras, it's looking to me, I'll read these to you. But really the centerpiece of our model is what everything's dependent upon, and that is our vision. And a lot of times when people come to me, their vision is crumbling. And when there's no vision, our people will perish. And if you've been following me for a while, I'm sure that you've heard me say that over and over and over again. But the question I always challenge my clients to think about is, are you really living it to where you're bringing your vision to life, fuller, bigger, bolder, dreamier every day? Or does the stress become the guiding force of our program? Does what parents want, or what staff want, or what people around us are saying about the childcare industry determine the success that you accomplish? And I put out a video this morning just really about the desire in your heart. And the desire that's in your heart for what you know is possible in your childcare business is absolutely 100% what can come into fruition for you. Now, this might sound a little airy-fairy, but I really want you to think about this. Why would you have a certain desire within you, a certain seed that's planted within you, if there were no resources or no ways that you can bring that into fruition? So what we hear a lot is, this is only childcare, or there's limited resources, or there's this, or there's that. There's all these limitations. But I really want to pull you back to that place where, what if it's just you? And that desire that's in your heart for what you want to create, big, small, different, never existed before. What if that one thing can grow and blossom into like a lovely tree or a mountain behind me? What if it could be that big for you? But it's really hard to stay in that place of thinking on a maximum level about your big, bold, dreamy vision when you're surrounded by things in the industry or people in the industry or words that people speak about resources being depleted. There's no money, there's no good staff. And I call BS to all of that because I've seen transformation happen in record time with my clients who are able to make the shift happen. And the first secret that I want to reveal to you before I bring Chuck on, and you'll see me occasionally peek at my watch here to keep us on time, because all I could see in front of me is my control panel. But the big secret is to really get back in touch with your vision. And you're going to hear me ask our guests tonight, and everybody will be ready to slap me, but I ask the question, why? Why do you do what you do? And why does that matter? And that's what I really want you to start thinking about as the foundational element to your success. Why do you do what you do? And these are not questions that should only be answered once. These are questions you should be revisiting every 4 to 6 weeks in your business. Because if your business is not growing, guess what's happening? No, it's not staying the same. If it's not growing, it's dying. So we need to keep propelling growth, keep moving forward so that the vision becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And I have to tell you, one of the things that I love about the people that you're going to meet tonight, and I didn't tell you this, but we're actually going to have a part 2 to our Blab Fest next week on Tuesday at 2 o'clock Central Standard Time because we couldn't get everybody into this time slot. So we are going to be having a part 2. But one of the things that you'll love about these people is that when I talk to them, or Robin has talked to them and met to them, the energy for what we want to create at our Childcare Business Success Conference or with our Childcare Business Success Movement, it expands. So when I talk to these people, I get excited. When Robin speaks with them, she gets excited. And that's what I want you to be looking for in your childcare program as well. Do the people and connections that you make excite you, or do they deplete your energy? And that's really something to pay attention to, especially if you are operating in your visionary mindset. Think if people are contributing energy or if they're depleting it. If they're adding it and making the vision feel fuller, more alive, incredible, then they're the right client, or they're the right staff member, or the right connection for you to have in your community. So pay attention to your vision. When was the last time you looked at it? And I'll be talking a little bit more about that, but we've got lots of strategies that we're going to get through tonight, and I'm just really excited to be here. And if you can hear me and you have access to the chat function, go ahead and shoot me a little email. You can let me know how you like our little chat. Let me know how you like our backdrop. If you can hear me okay, how everything looks to you, go ahead and send me a little chat, and I'll read those as we have time. And our plan is to go for just about till 6 o'clock, and then we're going to take a quick 20 to 30-minute intermission. And then we're going to come back with some more amazing topic experts. So I am going to attempt to bring my friend Chuck Gibbs on board with us, if you could bear with me for a second. All right, I got Scott. Hi, Scott. Virtual high five. Yes, I got him, but I don't know if I could hear you yet. So if I unmute all.
On mute. Okay, I'm not on mute.
All right. I keep sending you guys invitations to start your videos.
And I did. I just clicked it. All right.
Ask to start video. All right, you ready to take? Oh, there he is. Wait.
Hi.
All right, here's my sexy man. Yay! Woo! Are we good?
evidently.
I'm good. Yeah, Chuck Knight. You had to show me up with the burnt orange background. I love it.
I know. Well, you have time.
Don't forget the tree.
you have time until your segment. I got a mountain view for us all, so you know.
It's just so pretty.
Leave it up to Scott. He'll like whip up something in a matter of minutes. All right.
Stand behind me and be a tree.
Well, Scott's in sunny California, right? Okay, so if I go back then to participants, so then I'm going to demote Scott. I'm going to put you back to a viewer, Scott. And then when it's your time, you'll come back. Thank you for your help.
Anytime.
All right. All right, so there we go. We got rid of Scott. Thank you all for your help and your patience. Woo, I don't know what happened different, but hopefully as we switch guests, it will go smooth. So Chuck, I am so excited to welcome you to the Childcare Business Success Blab Fest. And I'm glad that we're not on Blab, but we're on Zoom, which I think is a cool tool once you figure it out. But Chuck, everybody, just so I can introduce him, he is the founder of Childcare CRM. And like I said, he has been a supporter of everything that I've done from the beginning of us creating the Childcare Business Success Movement. He's been at, this will be his third conference coming up with us. And one of the things that's so touching to me about Chuck and who he is his willingness to really help everybody in this industry. Chuck Gibbs is somebody you all should know because he really, at one of our conferences, somebody was looking for funding for childcare so they could get from their home into a center, and Scott's like, Chuck's like, here's this resource for you. And a year later, that person called me up and said, you know what, Chuck's advice was amazing. We followed through. We're in our center now. And this is kind of the heart of the goal that he has to really help everybody in this industry. So Chuck, welcome.
Thanks, Julie. I guess my time's up now, right?
It is. Thank you for being here. Thank you. It was good, wasn't it? Great segment.
Fantastic. I hope everybody learned something, at least how to use Zoom, right?
Right. Well, I don't know if they learned. We'll see if I learned. So, Chuck, let me ask you, tell us a little bit about Childcare CRM and why you started your work in this industry.
Oh, man. I'm an accountant by trade in the oil and gas industry, and how I got into this industry is I had children. And when I had my small children, they were going to child care, and I saw all the paperwork on their desks and thought that maybe being in IT that we could help them out, and ended up writing a software system for management software, much like Scott's doing now, who you'll hear from later. But at the time, there wasn't a lot out there. So I built the system, grew it, and I've been in the management software end of things for like 20 years before I got into the childcare CRM. And I was with several companies, with an international web-based company. We did startups, custom solutions for a very large chain. And during the financial crisis back in 2008, I found myself without a product to sell because we had created this custom solution. The programming team did not have the capacity to launch a commercial release that I could sell into the industry. So I was let go in that position. And a lot of times in life, one thing that appears very bad at the time, you got to look at it positively. And that's pretty much the way it is anywhere. When you get lemons, make lemonade out of it. And that's what I did. So I sat back, took a couple months off, thought about it, and thought, geez, I've got 20 years in this industry. I love the industry. I've made a lot of friends in the industry. I've made a lot of connections, had a lot of great clients. And I thought, what's this industry missing? And throughout my career, I've been in sales and marketing and running businesses and been entrepreneurial, do everything but code. And I just felt that child care centers didn't do a great job following up with prospective clients. And I kind of proved that out. I did a secret shopping with 100 different centers across the country. And they were large chains, small chains, independent, small ones, large ones. And only about 37% of the time did people actually get my contact information, which it's very difficult to create a relationship with somebody if you don't have any way to contact them.
Right.
And then the ones that did get my information, only 1 in 5 actually got back with me. And that kind of proved it out. And so I went to a lot of my old clients, and they felt that there was something there. So I brought on a couple of partners. We spent a couple of years developing childcare CRM, introduced it to the industry in 2012, and now have 1,700 centers using the system here in the States, Canada, and in a big way in Australia as well. So we've kind of gone global on that, and it's really proven great in helping child care centers enroll more people.
Yeah, and one of Chuck's taglines too on his website is building relationships. What is it? Building relationships, one person or one contact at a time.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. One person at a time, and that's how it's all done. And for some reason, this industry isn't doing what other industries does as a whole. And I don't know about you, but when I make a dentist appointment, they follow up. I get a confirmation of my appointment. I get reminders of my appointment. I get a text the day of the appointment, and I show up because I'm feeling really guilty if I don't. But if I don't or can't, I at least call them and let them know. And this industry as a whole doesn't do that. I don't know why it's different, but it is. And my passion is to bring up the standard in the childcare industry to other industries that are using CRM systems that use this contact management and effective follow-up with everybody. It's a passion of mine. And so anyhow, I've gotten out of the administrative management software and left that to other people like Scott and others, and focused entirely on customer relationship management and basically taking that inquiry from the initial point of contact, from the website, bringing it into the system, or for walk-ins, having a tablet there so parents can actually enter their information on there and bring it in, or through phone, and managing that prospect through the sales process until they're enrolled, in which case we pass on the information into the other management systems.
Yeah, what you're saying is so critically important. And I know that especially in today's day and age, it takes so many touches to actually convert somebody who you meet, who's just a contact, into a paying customer. And, you say, well, we don't know what happens in this industry. I think I have a pretty good idea. But, you're in the muck and gunk of your childcare business. You're wearing 17 and a half different hats, running on that hamster wheel, sweating your face off. And then you're like, oh, and now I've got to do this, and I've got to do this, and I've got to do this, and I've got to follow up with all these people. So you're not necessarily always thinking strategically because you're just so much still into your business that it's really hard to pull yourself back to say, okay, strategically, what do I need to be doing to build these relationships so that we're able to convert all of these people who want to be our dreamy clients into enrollments? And this is where Chuck's system comes into play, that it automates for you.
It's a big job, and it's a
huge job.
It takes time, but having a system in place, whether it's mine or something else, is really important to keep you on those tasks so you don't forget, so somebody doesn't fall through the cracks. Understanding when they want care. Actually, there's 2 different sales methods involved. If somebody's looking for care next week, they end up making a very emotional decision. And the first people they actually connect with and trust, they'll go with them, and they won't even look any further. Whereas if you're looking for next fall, it's more of a rational decision-making process, and you're out there gathering more information and checking benefits and pricing and other things. And
a little bit more research.
Yeah. And if you don't know that, and it's a question that doesn't get asked a lot or often enough, is when are you looking for care? It's such a critical piece of information. And it also helps you keep that sales pipeline cleaned up, because if they want to start a month ago, right, and you've been unable to contact them, they've been ignoring you, that is a lost opportunity for the time being. but you can always remarket those people. But you can only focus on so many people at once, and you want to focus on your good prospects, and there's ways to make that happen.
Yeah, and Chuck also has like a whole series of questions that he will ask or integrate into his system for you to ask parents that are really just huge gems for knowing how to contact them, when to contact them. And, the one that he gave us was, when do you need care? And he said it's very simple, but it's something that we overlook.
And also when you're trying to build a relationship, it's very important to gain other information about the parent, because there's nothing worse than taking them on an hour-long tour when they've only got 20 minutes and their focus is on, for instance, security, and you're taking them on the tour and working on curriculum and showing them all that, and then they've got to go and you didn't even get to the security part. So understanding their needs is really important. And one other thing that I'd like to mention is timeliness is absolutely huge. I was out visiting several of our clients this past week, and they said that getting back to the parent in a timely manner was so critical in landing business, because that made the parent feel that they actually cared about them, they were on top of their game and everything else. And I got to say, one of my biggest tips is when that lead comes in over the website, if you can get back to that parent within minutes, they will be absolutely blown away that you're on top of the game. And they're sitting there on their computer researching childcare. They reached out. You're the first one to get back to them. Others are days away from getting back to them. You could have them enroll before your competitors will actually get to them. And it really makes an impression.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I want to tell you what, that's why we decided to go with this platform, even though we had a little technical difficulty here. But we decided to go with Zoom because we've been researching, and they were the only ones that had instant access for me to be able to reach out and get support and get help. And we sat there and chatted like 2 hours on a Saturday night. And I'm like, okay, I'm going with these guys because they're available and there. Yeah.
That's right. You get a lead on Saturday morning and you call them back on Saturday morning, your competitors aren't touching out until Monday or Tuesday, you're way ahead of the game. One thing I'd like to bring out is we have a series that at the conference we're going to be presenting, which involves the steps you need to take parents through and the steps they go through in making decisions, and the importance of taking them and understanding these steps so you can actually take advantage of the process, as well as secrets in actually getting them to give you more information is really key. And I'd like to add Emily to this mix today. Emily's come out of the industry. I'll let her tell you a little bit about herself and why she's with us right now, and I think she has some other tips also. So, okay. Emily?
Great.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you? You're looking gorgeous.
Thank you so much. I think it's the orange wall that Scott mentioned. So.
Yeah, exactly. And I know Chuck kind of slid to the side. I hope he'll come back again. But, Chuck is going to be one of our main stage speakers. So I just wanted to bring that out there because everybody we're featuring on this Blab Fest are our topic experts, meaning that when you come to the conference, you're going to be able to grab these people and say, you know what, I want to have lunch with you for our VIPs, and you can sit and pick their brain all throughout lunch so that you really leave with some amazing strategy laid out. And Chuck is going to be on our stage presenting to everyone. He's got some amazing content. So Emily, it's fantastic to meet you.
Fantastic to meet you too. We'll both be in Chicago, so I'll be up there with him and get to meet you guys. But yeah, so I came out of the industry. I was in your shoes, the muck and guck, as you call it, for 8 good years.
That's a good word, right?
2 of the big guys that you can probably imagine. But we've had the conversation about why the follow-up is kind of not there. And I will just say, as a director, it is not that I didn't understand the importance of follow-up with my prospective parents. It's that I was frustrated without the resources and the time to get to it. And there was always a macaroni and cheese crisis in the kitchen that was kind of taking precedence, and you're all in that muck and guck. So when I found Child Care CRM as a director in the center, it just was like the skies had parted, and I thought, how have I been doing this on paper? And that was kind of the conversation with my other director friends, and I was just we knew it was important, and we were always saying, we got to get to it, we got to get to it, because I came into the industry in 2008, so I don't know how it was in your neck of the woods, but in Texas, you had to prove to them that they needed you more than bread. So that was a very difficult time to be a director. But anyhow, so being a solutions manager at Childcare CRM, I've had the luxury of using the knowledge I have as a director in the sales process. And then, you know, I've been lucky enough to go to real true blue sales training and kind of combine those efforts and bring it back to the directors and say, look, here's how you practically apply some of these things. And that's been really beneficial. We also have a newsletter that comes out monthly. And so this month we're talking about not marketing to millennials, but really harnessing the millennials in your own building, which I think is important. I think the conversation, I don't know about you, Julie, but I feel like it's always about marketing to millennials, and we forget that our directors and our assistant directors and tour givers, they're millennials. Mm-hmm. So I think harnessing their power and making them your brand really speaks to the millennials that are shopping that don't like that institutional feel. And if you can make your millennials in the building the brand, you kind of get away from that automatically. So
yeah. So Ellie, let's just talk candid for a moment. You know, like nobody's watching. So like when you first discovered CRM, I mean, what was it? And I want you to kind of maybe intertwine a hot tip here for us. But what was it where you're like, oh my goodness, this is like solving so many things. So tell us what that thing was, and tell us how our people, our viewers out there can really start implementing it, whether they use a system like CRM or not.
Okay, so let's get away from just the time management. I was the Post-it queen. Like,
I met lots of you.
Green Post-its for accounting, pink Post-its for teacher problems. I mean, like my office was hysterical, just littered in Post-its. But I knew, I always had this gut feeling, there's a Post-it behind the desk somewhere with somebody's name on it. I have forgotten it. Or it would just say Chuck and a number. And I thought, what do I do with that? So actually the light bulb moment for me is there's this really easy, quick report in the system. If you are a user, you've heard of it, but it's called the Current Opportunities Report. And literally at a touch of a button, I could run this whole report of everybody who is inquiring, and it would tell me, yes, you have a follow-up on them, or no, you do not. And I could easily see, that's it. That's the person I'm missing, and fix it right there and then before my competition figured it out. So for me, that was the light bulb moment of, there's the Post-it behind the desk. She's right there, right in front of me.
Oh, that's fantastic. So, you know, it really helps bring in more profits into the business by having that follow through. And I'm sure just by, you know, when you're Post-its, you're probably writing down like every new tour and every potential contact that you meet on a Post-it note. And we know, like you said, you know, you lost one, but what if you lose 20?
Yeah, exactly. What if I lose 20, or what if my assistant director is the one who picks up the Post-it that says Chuck and a number? What is she supposed to do with that when Chuck walks in and says, I'm here for my tour? She's got no information. So the idea that she could she could search by a phone number or search by a name and all of a sudden know that Chuck has 2 kids, one has a peanut allergy, they visited once before, and she could start the conversation there as if Chuck is our best friend. Nobody in my neighborhood was doing that. So it was a no-brainer. I was just blowing people away. I looked like Director of the Year.
You know, and people love to do business with people who they feel that they, you know, like, and trust. Yep. So if somebody already knows where the conversation left off and where it needs to start, that's a huge win for your organization if you're able to do that. And if you could do that on a white sheet of paper, fantastic. But most of us, we get so crazy busy that you can't, and you need to depend on some automated systems to really help you out so that you can follow up with people, because that's the money and the profits that's walking out of your door if you're not fully enrolled. And we've been talking to people where it's like they have a capacity of 78 and they're at 20 something, or, you know, all these different numbers. And if we look at the lifetime values of what that one client is and what's really walking out of your door, the numbers just from that can add up into the millions over the lifetime of a childcare business.
No, absolutely.
It's important to reflect on.
Absolutely. And I think just like you're hitting on those numbers, I think you're all out there wondering, like, what are my key performance indicators? What numbers do I have to know? And if you're doing it on Excel or spreadsheets, it's taking you hours and hours of time. So that other kind of secret sauce for me was the ability to say, you know what, I have a KPI I need to get my hands on. Let me run it in 3 seconds and have it in front of me and make some business-driven decisions and not just throw a dart at a dartboard and say, please, I hope this works this time. How do you know it's working? And how do you know it's not working? So, you know, and like I said, I know my director friends who are still out there and the owners that we've touched base with, it's not that they don't know how to be better. It's that they can't find the time to do it. So I think CRM just takes that that brick off your shoulder and says, let me help you with that and get this going for you.
That's fantastic. All right. Well, we look forward to meeting you both or seeing you both at the conference. And thank you, Emily. And Chuck, before I let you go, I want to ask you, you know, business owner to business owner, you know, there have been times when you probably have doubted what you were doing moving forward and just the big vision, you know, I talk about vision a lot, the big vision that you have inside of yourself and your heart that you know was there, that you had to make this big thing happen. What was it? I'm not sure if there was a quote, a book, a saying, a mental philosophy, whatever it might be, but what was it that just kept prompting you to the next level to create childcare CRM as it is today?
Well,
impacting.
I do have a favorite saying, which I'll share second, but my first thing to keep me going is failure is no option. Honestly, failure is no option. And the drive was there. It was going to be successful any way I could do it, pull it off. A lot of times, you know, the road curved one way and I had to follow it. You know, I took that fork, you know, went the other way, but, you know, failure was not an option. It was always success, looking forward. And in looking forward, one of my favorite sayings is, you can't manage what you can't measure. And if you're not tracking your results, you're not tracking your KPIs, it's very difficult to manage your business and make changes when you need to make changes because you don't know. You don't know what's driving your leads. And more so, not only your leads, you don't know what's driving your enrollment. What are those marketing programs driving that? When you make a change, when is my SEO, search engine optimization, dropping off on my website? Well, if you're tracking your trends in your system and you know week to week, month to month, what's going on, leads generating, you can see the drop off, you can make the adjustments. But if you don't have the tools available to you, you're letting a lot of your business slip away and you're not maximizing your business.
Yeah, absolutely. So let our viewers know at the Childcare Business Success Conference, which is coming up just in about a little over 6 weeks. And if you're not registered yet, I'm encouraging everybody to grab a seat. Make sure you grab your VIP ticket while we still have them available at rockmychildcare.com. But you're going to be one of our VIP topic experts in the lunchroom. Why should they come find you, sit at your table?
Well, they should sit at my table because Emily will be there.
Because he's got
we're both going to be up there. We're going to be co-presenting. Emily, I'm going to be there part of the conference. Have some other commitments I've got to attend to part of the time. But Emily be there the whole time. And she's got some unique twists on it that I don't have because she's been in the trenches with the directors, running the centers, while I've come in from more the systems and consulting range. So hopefully you can get the best out of both of us there. And we both have our unique perspectives on it. So we're looking forward to meeting everyone and looking forward to being there.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to having you. And yeah, and I can't wait. So thank you, Emily. Thank you, Chuck. It was so nice to see both of you. Isn't this a cool format once we got it going?
Yeah,
it is.
It.
Thanks, Scott, for making it happen.
Yes, thank you, Scott. Woo! And you'll be hearing from Scott later on. All right, so now my big challenge is I have to remove these two beautiful people off of my screen and bring on our next guest. So to put on the glasses here because we're going to be welcoming Beth from Funshine Express. So let me, they left, so I'm going to, let's see here. All right, I'm going to go back to participants. So please, everybody, bear with me. I'm new. All right. Okay, change roles. So we're changing them back. And I'm going to see if Beth is available for us to bring on. And I think this is Beth here, and we're going to promote to panelist. And then I'm going to ask her to start her video. Oh, see, you guys, I'm getting it. Is this going to get better and better and better? And did I mention we're having a part 2 to this next week? So is Beth on with us?
Hi, Julie. Can you see me?
I can see you, Beth. How
I can
flawless
see
was
both of
that? See, Chuck,
Yeah, that was pretty smooth.
Well, welcome.
Welcome. Hi, nice to see you, and it's nice to meet you. We haven't had an opportunity to visit yet, but I've been on the phone with Robin and had some contact with her. So it's nice to meet you finally.
Very nice to meet you as well. I'm thrilled that you're here. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your company? You are Funshine Express. What is it that you do? What would you like people to know about you?
Hey, Funshine Express is a curriculum company. We write early learning curriculum for ages 0 to 5. And we have 2 product lines. We have curriculum kits, which is a pre-planned curriculum. And a lot of those customers are family childcare providers. And then our other line of curriculum, which works really well for centers, is newer, and it's an online searchable database. And subscribers can, providers and teachers and centers subscribe to it for a month, and they can download calendars, they can move activities around within the calendars. So it makes that lesson planning very, very smooth, very easy, very interactive. It's a great tool for administrators who have multiple teachers in a building or multiple buildings to use. And we've been in business for about 20 years, and the business started with my mom and my sister and I. We have kind of a cool backstory. I was doing childcare, my mom was a teacher, and my sister wanted to get off the road from UPS. She was an account executive with UPS. And so we banded together and started in 1995, just right around our kitchen tables. And I was still doing childcare at the time. And I did that. I did both of those things with a newborn, a 4-week-old baby, and 2 older toddlers for about 6 months. Stopped doing that and have been doing this full time since. So it's been a great journey, and I love the field, and a lot of personal reasons for me for being in it and sticking to it.
Wow, and I'm sure that drives your why and your vision. And
it very much does. It very much does. And my sister, who stepped away in 2000, rejoined about a year ago again. So we're back working together. And yeah, we have customers who've been with us for 20 years. And yeah, there's a lot of reasons why I'm in the field. And really what it comes down to is that I tell people a lot when I do workshops and training. I tell teachers and childcare providers that they are doing the hardest job that I've ever done in my life. And what I do now is easier than what I was doing as a childcare provider. And that's really why I got into this business, because I really believe that we as a company and what I do on a daily basis now can help them and can help save them time and help us do some of the heavy lifting, and also to save them money, because we all know that childcare providers are not in high-paying fields. So if I can do something to save time and save money for them and help them in their journey, that's what we're all about.
that's fantastic. And we're delighted to welcome you as one of our topic experts at the Child Care Business Success Conference. Tell me, why do you feel that people should really come and sit at your table? So if we should get beyond the product or the service and just really get down to the main reason of why we all do what we do, which is really to help people in this industry. So what's that help piece that they're going to get from you at the conference, or even that we could offer them now? And we'll give you guys some tips and strategies too. So
sure. We actually really dug deeply into this in our business over the last year. And we actually hired an outside person, a consultant, to come in and visit with our customers and say, what is it that we are doing that's the most helpful? And we kind of narrowed it down to 3 things. And these are the tips that I will talk about when you join me at lunch at our table at the conference. We've really nailed down how we can save teachers up to an hour a day of prep time. And we also have some ways that we can help you meet your state standards. I was just on the phone today with a provider, and I believe she was from Arizona, she actually started out the phone call kind of livid, kind of angry. And she, as one of our front office staff, handed the call off to me. And what she was frustrated with was not us or our company. She was frustrated with her state and some of the requirements, the things that she's having to do. And I believe that she was an owner or a manager of several centers. And she said, how am I going to do this? How am I going to do all the documentation, all the assessment, and all of these things that I'm being required to do? How am I going to teach my teachers to do this? And how am I going to show them to how to do these things and how to manage this when they're already very busy for the day? And there are some things that we've developed that we know from our customers that we're doing very well, to help people with the documentation, to help meet state standards, to help with that curriculum piece and the planning piece. We can help you within your center save time and save money. And our providers and our teachers are already telling us that we can do that. So I'm going to bring that to the conference, and I want to share that with the people that I meet and that I visit with.
Fantastic. So time saving, money saving.
Absolutely.
That's not a bad deal. Can you
Right.
give us, right here on this Blab Fest, since we're blabbing away, can you give us just a hot tip, something that you've learned from your work with childcare owners and directors, something that they could go back today and just really implement that's going to help them transform things?
One of the things when I do training and I do workshops is that no matter how easy we make it, they still need to find some time, some corner of their day to do some prep and some planning. Now, hopefully we can help get that down to, 10 minutes or 15 minutes, but don't just assume that it's going to just happen magically on its own. You still have to make some time for that, but hopefully you're not feeling overwhelmed with it. So if there's one tip that I would share, it's don't think we can make it all go away. You still have to find some time for that planning, and to make sure to allow for that, and your day will go much smoother.
Yeah, that's a great one, and I'll give everybody a little tip here. When I first started speaking, one of the things that I studied and that I actually got certified in was time management with an agency. It was called Paul Meyer at the time, and I learned so much because I was in corporate America for a while where my walls were so insulated. I mean, it was like just the paper could insulate my walls. I didn't, need any heat. But one of the things that I learned was that for every minute you spend planning, you could save 4 to 10 times that amount in execution. So if you just take 1 minute and plan, you're going to be saving 5 minutes. So now the important thing is when you are taking that time to plan, what are those things that you're putting on your list as an owner? What are the things that our directors are putting on their list? And what are those things that our teachers are putting on their list? And what's everybody's end objective? So your end objective, Beth, is to really get those teachers in the planning stage that they need to be in to maximize their productivity.
Absolutely. And we know that we can help them do that, but they still have to find some corner of a day to do that. And hopefully that can be a little bit more friendly than what it is for people right now when they don't have the tools at hand. And we can help to provide some of those tools. And we can help with the state standards. We can help with the training requirements and all of those things. There's a lot of things that we offer to our customers for free that I think people in the general public don't know that we do. There are 5 of us on staff who work with curriculum in our company, and between us, I counted up about a year ago, I think we have over 120 years of experience teaching and training in early childhood. So we have 3 master's degrees in education. We're certified in some states, and a lot of other states are allowing us to be trainers. So we're offering some of those things for free. And with the internet, just like we're doing here today, Julie, we can do that. We can do that really easily. We can cross multiple time zones. And I'm an empty nester now. And one of the other ladies in our business who has her master's degree and who is a trainer is also an empty nester. So we have time to even do that in the evenings or on the weekends somewhat. So there's some really great things that I would love to share with the people that stop by our booth and even at our table that we can do without even looking at a purchase for our products, but things that we just want to share with teachers in the industry that we can do for free.
That's fantastic. That's what gets me excited about all of our guests who are joining us at the Childcare Business Success Conference is that you guys are just amazing and helpful and really want to see our owners and our directors reach new levels of success with their childcare programs or their childcare businesses. So that's really inspiring to me that we're bringing this thing to life, and that you're a part of it. We've got some great guests who will be there.
Yeah, and one of the things I heard Chuck and his staff member talk about is that we've been in the trenches. We have been in the trenches beside a lot of the people who are going to be at your conference. So we've walked in their shoes. We know what they're dealing with every day. And we have a lot to offer, that they can take away pretty quickly from us.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I agree. Now, I want to talk to you just for a moment before I let you go, business owner to business owner, Beth.
Okay.
It's not easy. You had a seed of desire. I'm going to keep repeating this because I want everybody to pay attention to the seed of desire that's within you. But you had it in you for creating Funshine and bringing this whole thing into fruition. And the road is always, it's not, I don't know if you saw the graphic on Facebook. It's like,
right.
The road to success is not this. It's like,
no.
right?
Oh, very much so.
It's very bumpy. So in those times when you felt like your vision was collapsing, when you felt like it wasn't going to happen, what is the message that you fed yourself? What was it, in mindset-wise, that really carried you through to make Funshine into what it is today and what it's going to be in the next 2, 5, 10 years?
And we've certainly had that. My business right now is in the middle of what was an oil boom and an oil patch. And so we're in a little bit of a slump now, but a few years ago, we had a hard time finding good people to even answer the phone. And the national recession was, or the national economy was in a recession. So we've certainly had those things. I think the reason that I always kept going was because I really believed in what we were doing. The other thing is that for me, it was a little bit of a challenge. My philosophy has always been to never stop learning, never stop improving, to challenge my entire staff, our curriculum team, as we've been faced with all the standards changing across the United States and all the challenges that teachers and directors are facing, what do we have to do to continue to educate ourselves to stay current? And so that, for me, that piece of lifelong learning is really central to, I think, everything that we are about as a company. And I think that translates into what we do with our products and with our curriculum. That lifelong learning piece, and that change is a good thing. Change and challenges are a good thing. And if you're too comfortable, you don't have to change. But a little bit of discomfort sometimes forces some change, and that's a really good thing because it's allowed us to really up our game. It's forced us to up our game in order to stay relevant in the early childhood field.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is so incredibly important, is that you have to continuously empty your cup and pour more learning and more knowledge in, so that you do keep growing. And I also believe that you have to be uncomfortable to get comfortable again. That it's
absolutely do. That discomfort isn't so fun all the time, but it's a good thing because it does
not at the time.
Yeah, it forces you to change and to try new things, and ultimately, our customers and the people we work with benefit from that. So yeah, I guess that would be my tip, is to always welcome those changes and that little bit of discomfort, and to continue learning and to look for opportunities for that. Look at it as an opportunity.
Yeah, and I want to give it, before I let Beth go, I want to give everybody a big success tip, and you could let me know what you think of this one, Beth. But, a lot of the successful people will say that you have to not just go from your own knowledge base, the information that you have inside of your head, because we're all collectors of information in this industry, and I'm seeing Beth's file cabinet in the background. I'm reminded of all the people who will tell me, we've got the Julie Bartkus file cabinet and every article you've written and everything in here. But yet people are struggling really getting the results that they want. So it's really not just about being a collector of information, but it's about being an implementer of action. And sometimes to get to that place of being an implementer of action, you've got to be around people who are implementers of action themselves. And another thought is that you got to borrow other people's knowledge, other people's know-how, other people's, to really shorten that learning curve, because otherwise you could try for yourself for 10, 15, 20, and a lot of people will say, Julie, I've been in this for 30 years, I should really know. But, shorten the learning curve with whatever it is that you need. And when you come to the conference and you're in the presence of Chuck and Emily and Beth, it's amazing what you'll pick up and learn, and the transformation that you'll feel in your heart and your spirit when you leave after 3 days of being with us.
I completely agree, Julie. I tell our staff often that I think it's dangerous to think that we have all the answers in these four walls, and that we benefit by reaching out and pulling in additional expertise. So for those directors, teachers, owners who are coming to your conference, kudos. I mean, it takes some resources. It's time away from your families, away from your buildings, and you still have all of that work stacked up when you get back home. But that's a great step to take to reach out beyond your walls and to bring in that new expertise and those new ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will tell everybody that, you know, success is not convenient. Last year at the conference, we had owners and directors in presence. Lucy's on with us tonight. I know she said hello earlier. Hello, Lucy. But she's from Australia, and we had people from Australia fly in to be at the conference and talk about it not being convenient. That's
Right.
not an easy trip to make, but, you know, success is not convenient. But it's there for those who want to reach out, grab it, and take it.
Sure, you bet. You bet.
Thank you, Beth, so much for being here with us today. I really look forward to seeing you at the conference, and you've added lots of great information.
All right. Thanks, Julie. Have a great evening. Thank you. Bye-bye.
The same. All right. I'm going to put back on the glasses here. And next on our list, we're going to be welcoming Scott back. And I'm going to remove, oops, if I could figure out how to do it here. Hang on.
You just get to look at me a little while longer.
Yeah, just smile, Beth. All right, here we go. We're changing Beth back to viewer. Say bye, Beth.
Bye. Bye, everyone.
All right. So Beth is no longer a panelist with us, but I'm not sure if they're hanging on as a viewer. So now I'm going to go back and I'm going to find Scott. And Scott, we should have this amazingly worked out by now. So joining us next is Scott Lehman. I can't wait to tell you about Scott. Let's see if we get this. All right, I asked Scott to join us as a panelist, and my video should change. If not, it's a good break. And you guys could feel free to send some chats through or questions, and if I have time, I will go through and answer some of those, and if not, I will follow up via email with you about any of your thoughts or questions. And if you're not yet registered for the conference, remember you can go to www.rockmychildcare.com and grab your seats. We have a few VIPs left, but otherwise we're going to be moving over just to having general registration tickets available soon. All right, and Scott, I'm not sure why you're not joining me here. All right, so I've promoted Scott to panelist. Let's look at our chats here. All right, Scott, if you're with us, send me through a chat if there's something that you're not seeing. All right, sit tight, everybody. We're getting it. Lucy says, you make time for what is important. Amen, Lucy. But Lucy, where is Scott? Have you dragged him to Australia? You might want to after you get to know a little bit about him. Robin, if you're on, I see Scott, but I'm not hearing from him via chat. And I promoted him to panelist, and I don't see him joining us as panelist. I'm not technical either, Lucy. Thanks, Lucy. Yeah, Loretta's with us too, and she says many of the administrators with whom I've worked are teachers first rather than businessmen or businesswomen. It's scary to ask for the money or commitment. Most administrators do not have experience in the sales industry. You know, we're going to talk about sales Yes, Bobby, I love video. Bobby's going to be joining us soon. And I think I got it. I mean, it's really not a tough thing here, but I'm just not sure where Scott went. He's dragged away somewhere, I think. I haven't heard back from Robin yet, so we're going to sit tight. But yeah, Lucy says she's not technical either. But this is very easy, and I think once we get going and everybody understands it, it's going to be an amazing tool. But Scott should be here. Scott. I could sing. Or I could get into another topic or bring on our next guest. Oh, there's a new message. Let me see here. All right, Robin is trying to find him. Robin, he was moved to a panelist. So he is on. I just don't see him accepting the invite. So I promoted him to panelist. All right, bear with us, everyone. This is a great time if you want to engage in chat or Q&A. And we ask for your forgiveness with technical difficulties. Our priority is to really get you some great content so that you can really achieve greater levels of childcare business success. And if you haven't marked it on your calendar yet, please make sure that you mark next Tuesday at 2 o'clock to join us for part 2. We've got a bit of a shorter segment, but we've got some amazing guests joining us next week for more childcare business tips and techniques and strategies. Just going back here, see if there's anything I can do. I know he's going to be here any second. Robin, do you see Scott? He's currently listed under a viewer, and I'm promoting him. Oh, and then maybe. All right, Scott, there he is. And I think I know what I need to do, Scott, to get you going.
Unbelievable. Yeah, the internet literally went out as you were saying goodbye. Goodness.
I'm like, where is Scott? He should be here. Oh, wait, panelist here. Okay, let me. All right, I know what I need to do. So your internet just collapsed.
All you need to do is just have internet, which.
And look, he brought back props.
Oh, really?
You didn't see the sign behind you?
We have bits. We do lots of bits around here.
Yeah. So what does that mean?
You'll be seeing signs here and there.
So you got any dollar signs there for us?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
This is great.
No, we couldn't be shown up by the childcare CRM trees and background. So.
I love you got a thing for monkeys.
We do.
Yeah. So let me introduce to you Scott Wayman, and Scott is the founder of Kangaroo Time, and we did feature Scott in one of our previous issues of the Childcare Business Success magazine. And I want to tell everybody that what you don't know. Do you remember this picture, Scott?
I do.
Do you know what's missing from this picture?
There are people fanned out on both sides.
So my lovely graphic designer, Michaela, worked on this cover endlessly because in this picture, Scott is not only has me over his head, but he was surrounded by a whole group of women, business owners and directors at the conference. And Scott really added this incredible energy to the conference, and I'm so grateful that he was there last year. And this year, he's like, Julie, I've got to be there, and I've got to be on your stage so I can really bring my level of expertise and the help that I could offer your owners and directors to another level. And last year, he found a video, and this is the power of video. He found a video online of Chuck Gibbs talking about me in the conference, and he called me. He's like, you know what? I've got to be there. I want to take a red eye, but I've got to be there with your owners to help them out. He's like, I've got this company called Kangaroo Time, and we're doing some fantastic things. And he showed up at the conference, and his energy, just to stand next to this man, his energy is highly contagious. So even if you come to the conference and you learn nothing from him, you'll like feel differently. He's got one of those kind of energies that just helps transform you. So Scott, welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here. And funny thing about that picture with, women behind me, my sister sent me a photo last year, and I'm the youngest, I was the 5th child in my family with 4 older sisters. And there's this picture of my sisters, and they're just doting over me. And my sister says, "That's been your whole life." And my wife jokes about my nickname is the Prince. And anytime I'm home, my sisters, they're the best in the world. They are just so great. But I come from a really unique family. I had the gift of looking through an aperture that's just really unique. So my parents adopted 18 children. Many of them were special needs. I have 24 siblings, and it's just a real interesting perspective. So not all of them dote over me, but it's a really cool family, and that's one of the ways I kind of meandered myself into the childcare space. So I, like Chuck, had a kind of a job, just kind of like a career crisis in 2008, as many of us did. And it was the best thing that ever happened to me. I was making lots of money as an executive in healthcare, and I just, all of a sudden, I lose my position, and it was unjust, and I couldn't believe it. And it drove me in the direction to kind of found my own software company. And I helped found a med streaming. It's an electronic medical records product. And we did some really awesome things with that product. And the reason I went into healthcare was my mom was diagnosed with ALS in 2003. And I don't do anything unless like I'm super motivated to do it. You know, people like that, like, I think my wife's a master of kind of pushing me to take out the trash or whatever. She makes a game out of it. But, and then that healthcare career, after my mom passed away, I adopted my youngest brother, who was 10. And I struggled with my career and worked with this business that saved my life. I say it over and over. They saved me. I couldn't have sustained my career without them. And then saw that these great people running a very good business, but a very challenging business. So founded Kangaroo Time last year. Since we've last seen each other, we won the business contest that Airbnb won. So it was a big pitch contest. I pitched in front of hundreds of people. We went through this process. So we were named the top startup in the country in 2015. That was in November. And then a round of funding then closed, and we have 10 employees now. And we're going to be hiring up to probably 30 before the end of the year. So growing very, very fast. And Julie, my first customers came from your meeting. We came and we were just kind of very honest and said, hey, we're trying to build the operating system for childcare and for education. We think that these operating systems are platform for social media, shopping, rideshare, travel, music streaming. They've been built so beautifully. We can apply those same economies to education where something's really important. And you've seen it, the revolution in healthcare over the last decade. I think it's time for that very same revolution in education.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, I'm glad to hear the conference was such an amazing thing for you last year. And I know we had that conversation where you were like, Julie, this is the space I'm in, should I come? And I'm like, yes, of course you should come. And I know that you love the people who were in attendance last year at the conference. You're like, wow, some really good people here.
Julie, I've since been to many meetings. Your meeting is so unique. So first of all, you have a real kind of a spiritual element to how we connect at the meeting. And we talk more about culture at your meeting than we do standards. And we talk more about developing people rather than just kind of, getting through the regulatory muck and yuck or whatever you guys call it. But no, I really like that. And I think that's such a value add. There's tons of meetings that educators and early education business owners can go to, but I think this one's really unique. And it showed in that picture with us having a great time and just the connectivity. And Chuck, you were so right about Chuck. That's something that's been great about this type of entrepreneurship. And I'm a kindred spirit with probably everybody on the call. you are all entrepreneurs. And by the way, many of you are female entrepreneurs, which is like the newest cool thing in Silicon Valley. In fact, a lot of the funds are saying, we only work with women because they can get through pregnancy and they can multitask. And guys don't do that very well. But this has been pure joy in working with entrepreneurs across the board. And I see that our plights are very similar.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And that's one of the, and when I started the Blab Fest, I told everybody, we really take a look holistically at your business. And it's not just about, oh, well, you're down enrollments, marketing strategy. It's really about looking at things to say, what's not working? Because if it's not working in one area, it's not working in another. And you talked a lot about culture, in your comments, Scott, and it is so important because your staff will make or break the success of your business. And 95% of your success is dependent upon the people that you have in place. So it's really important that we acknowledge that. So
I've had to come to terms with some insecurities. So inherently, I'm not that smart of a person, and I'm finding that for me to succeed as a business person and really scale in all areas of my business, I have to hire and develop people that are actually smarter than I am and do much better than what I do. At this point in time, all I'm doing is really just trying to stay out of their way. And we have a saying at Kangaroo Time, you either have notoriously short toes or you don't work here. You collaborative. On the engineering side, my experience with different engineering cultures and having the greatest software engineers in the world, because to pull off what we're trying to pull off, you've just got to have excellence, A-player engineers. But the first thing we look for are collaborative people. And sometimes in an engineering culture, that's very, very hard to come by. But our first test as a team when we're deciding to hire somebody is this person territorial? And if they are, we can't do it, because that culture is so important. And one bad developer, somebody that's on your tech team, can really ruin what you're trying to do out in the world, not just with your sales team, or not just with customer relations, or not just with the brand, but everything.
Yeah, that's a true. And I love what you're saying about the people. And sometimes, I don't know about you, but sometimes I feel like I'm the orchestra conductor. I'm just the one waving the wand and saying, okay, here's how this piece works, and now go to it. And then you try not to get in your people's way. And sometimes I do slow my people down because my creative wheels are still spinning. But as my team grows, I realize the importance of having people who are better than you at what they do in place, and that we shouldn't be fearful, and we should not have a pride issue when people do come into the picture who are better and more skilled than we are. And when I interviewed Patrick Brown, and we have a Child Care Business Success book that's going to be coming out right after the conference, and he said that was one of the big things. He was almost like, I don't know what I do every day, because all I know I did was hire the right people, and then I let them do what they need to do.
I love that. I love it. And Julie, so as CEOs or as business leaders, as the head of the business, I have 3 jobs. Well, really 4. So first of all, set the vision. I have to set the vision. I wake up every day and I need my employees to know what we're working for. Number 2 is hire and fire. We're growing fast. We're scaling. We'll need 30 people by the end of this year. And the other one is absolutely curate the culture within the company and let the rest take care of itself. And again, I try to be structured with my day, and I really try to set aside some time for business development, because I'm still doing a lot of the large scale sales, but we're hiring salespeople to do most of the regional work. But yeah, it's about those 3 things. And then the 4th thing that I'm working on is to just kind of change the kind of the components of the game, because we're dealing with subsidized care, and the model's broken on the other side. So like Travis Kalanick at Uber, he's fighting a bigger fight than just kind of replacing the taxi. He's having to go in and fight government and fight for jobs, and we're doing that too. So those 4 things keep you very busy. If you can't have people that are better than you doing the other things, then it's a tough sell.
Yeah, and those are some fantastic success tips right in there. Before we get too far with that conversation, let me ask you, break it down in real simple terms, Scott, Kangaroo Time. What do you guys do? How do you really help and serve? And, like I said, Scott's going to be at our conference this year. He's going to be one of our main stage speakers. We featured him in a magazine, full article on really mastering your sales pitch and how you talk with people. He's got an incredible story in there. But when you get back to Kangaroo Time and how you help, what is it that you would say, we help owners do this?
So again, back to the operating systems or platforms like Facebook, Uber, Pandora, Amazon, that have been built so beautifully and revolutionized their own spaces. They've applied some very interesting economies, not only in just computer science, but in design. So we've taken those principles and built the ultimate operating system for education. And we feel like it's the ultimate operating system because it gives educators wings. And what we do, so first of all, we automate the business of childcare. So you look at any center management platform out there, we'll automate the revenue cycle, attendance management, federal food program, all of that. What we do that we're so proud of, the other two things, we're automating the classroom. So inside the classroom, I came from the healthcare world, and we were automating the clinical workflows and helping physicians see their patients and not have to document during surgery or these high acuity, very intense times. We feel like the classroom's more intense, and we want teachers having floor time. We want teachers with their eyes on students. So we've kind of automated the practice of documenting inside the classroom. And then on top of that, we have an app for parents. And we feel like this three-way triangle of a business management platform, a classroom platform, and then a parent app, which is beautifully designed. We've won awards on it. The millennial experience, we're at a center today, if you can't tell, people are coming up and down the stairs. But the biggest delight we get every day when we're doing installs is parents saying, this is so awesome. I can check in my child when I get here. In fact, we're using geofencing, so when they pull up, the app launches and they push one button. There's no bottlenecks at the clipboards or at the ProCare kiosk. It's all done on their mobile phones. And then we're kind of learning the informatics or the how to avoid alert fatigue with how to communicate with the parents in a very strategic way. So if we send them a push notification in the app every time there's a photo, it might wear them out. And we want the engagement metrics to be right. And we're partnering with franchise owners and independent centers because we believe that your brand is super important. And the more that you can reach into the homes and the families that you serve, the better off your brand is. And Julie, you talk about this all the time. Your brand goes beyond, what your playground looks like and what your teachers' education levels are. It's about really having connectivity and a real close bond with the families you serve.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was one of the things that I really loved about what I learned about you at the first conference was just about how when you were working at Starting Kangaroo Time, almost going door to door, shaking hands, building relationships, having some very old school kind of relationship building, and all of that, plus everything that you were doing is really about, again, going back to my saying about how you do anything is how you do everything. But that brand is really determined by everything that you create culturally for your childcare business, including how you make connections and how you support your families. Yeah.
Absolutely. And we're seeing some real cool organic, shadow marketing, I guess. So like today, we had a request come in, and we're in a very specific part of Georgia regionally. And this person, we just happened to be here, and this person said, hey, I'm looking for a childcare center. I don't even want to filter through the list of people that don't use you. Can you send me a list of people that do? Talk about tears. I just thought that's the ultimate testament of how well you've deployed something or how beautifully you've designed something.
To where people are just like, we just want you.
We just want the people that work with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that neat? That's really cool. So let me ask you, Scott, why should people come to the conference, number one, and why should they come and talk to you? Because you're going to be at one of our lunch tables as well as on the main stage. But what is it that you think that they're going to get that's going to be just some incredible value from attending the event or from meeting and networking with you?
So, I mean, there are so many obvious reasons. I'll just skip to the. No, really, I take your conference and those lunch times last year. That was the most helpful thing, to sit down at a table full of owners and directors and just talk about what was going on in their centers, where they really struggled. So selfishly, I get way more value than they would get out of me, but I think I can bring them some value and help them understand what's going on technically, why the High-Tech Act of 2009 happened at exactly the wrong time, and talk them through the technologies and the continuum of technology that would probably fit best in their centers with an unbiased opinion. I'll give them high level. I'm the geek. If you need the geek guy in childcare, that is me. I love it. I mean, I'd rather work on a router on the weekend than go to the beach. I'm that guy.
Oh my goodness.
As weird as it is. But I technically, and then I had some perspectives from healthcare that are super interesting. If you look at healthcare and education and what we spend in GDP and where education is compared to where it was 100 years ago, and the same with healthcare until about a decade ago, I think there are some real interesting parallels that we can all learn from. And I kind of bathed in that experience for about a decade.
Yeah, and I want to, also encourage everybody that when you come to the conference and you meet Scott, there is so much that you can gain from each one of these people who are our topic experts, because they've all traveled this incredible journey. And so often, if you're feeling like there's no good, clients out there, there's no good staff out there, these are additional people that you can talk to say, okay, Scott, tell us about building your good team. Tell us what it was like to overcome shaking hands and getting over the feelings of insecurities. Although Scott's been dealing with that his own whole life, by the early businesses that he set up, from a lawnmower business at the age of 9 or 10? 10, yeah. And, just from overcoming that, and we always think, a lot of times we go back in our minds and say, there's not enough, there's not enough, there's not enough. But I want to submerge all of our directors and owners out there for 3 days with people who will tell you there is more than enough. You can totally make this happen. And the limits are only the limits that are inside of your mind, and nothing else that anybody else says matters. What do you think, Scott?
I love that. I was thinking about the pitch competitions. Nobody loves public speaking, but before those big pitch competitions where you go and pitch in front of thousands of people, the mantra I carry with me is, this is my mission. This is what I was put here to do. And if I don't do it, then I'm not just failing myself. I'm not failing, my family. I'm failing maybe some people that could have benefited from the greater good. And there's no more important task than kind of building the body, soul, and mind of a child, and knowing you're the best at that. When you're on a tour, you should really get that electric shot of adrenaline and feel that, not even pressure, but that push, that extra motivation, adrenaline to just step it up and assure that you close on every tour and make sure that child's best chance happens in your center, and you owe that to them inherently, and kind of carry that as your mission and mantra.
And I hope everybody can feel the power in that, because that is an amazing statement. So when you give the tour, think about what that child's life is going to be like without you in it. And that is the sense of urgency to get them to be one of your dreamy clients, if it's a right match for you, granted. If not, you could help them move on to the center down the road or whatever it might be. But if you know in your heart that they are the right clientele for you, think about you are being selfish by not sharing what you have with them to help benefit their child. That's a powerful, powerful statement. Yeah. Anything else we should tell these people?
Julia, I'm really looking forward to July. Our year's kind of been centered around being there. We're so happy to make connections, and again, some of our luminary customers, some of the beta customers, this is a celebration because the platform has come such a long way, and we so appreciate them. And yes, I will be buying drinks for many, many people. Trust me. But no, we're just excited to see everybody, and thank you so much for inviting us. This was a great opportunity to connect. I will share this. This is just kind of offhand. I did a talk on Saturday, about 400 people, and I asked people to raise hands. Said, how many of you are millennials? About 90% of the crowd raised their hand. How many of you use Snapchat? Almost 95%. So if you're not betting big on Snapchat yet, you might want to start looking at that. I know as a national brand, it's very important to us. I'm connecting to more and more teachers. Every center I go into, owners and directors are using it. So just an interesting tidbit, just to kind of freshen up your social media presence and what you double down on. Snapchat's great.
Yeah. So, so let's just close out then. We were talking about giving tours and what people are missing out on by not touring or by not getting plugged in with your childcare program if they're going to enroll. But let's say that people decide, hey, you know what, not going to the conference. What are they going to miss out on? So let's just give them a little bit of that in terms of why they really need to be there. Let's just bring it.
Yeah, no, Julie, I think with the type of connectivity and the way that it's structured, so the lunches are super interactive. You'll get to meet with all the experts. And then the time after the conference, the way that you set it up there in the suburbs of Chicago.
The Burridge Marriott.
Because you're isolated and you spend so much time with each other after hours, just exchanging ideas, having that time to connect with each other. We took on a couple of the people there as just kind of advisors. I've gone and sat with them and asked them advice, and then they've had their groups that have continued to meet. It's just kind of like Eagles groups or just real strong, trusted advisors to each other. The connectivity is great, and also for me as a vendor, having access to exclusive owners and directors and having that conversation level,
the high level,
at that very high level, to where again we're worried about culture and hiring great people and hiring people smarter than us, not some of the in-class technical components. It's a super unique meeting, and you dance before every segment. And it's just fun, lighthearted. I almost felt refreshed after your conference.
Yeah, and Scott, you jumped into everything that we were doing too. So Scott was there participating in the activities. He had his notebook out. He'd come in when session was back in. And yeah, did you dance with us, Scott?
I dance every darn time.
He danced too. That was fun. And he said he'd buy you a drink. So yeah, right. Getting those moves down. We need some more men there dancing with us. But he said he'd buy you a drink. And for our VIPs, we do have a VIP gala, which is the first evening where I buy everybody a drink and a dessert. And this year, I think we're actually having a DJ come to Scott for the gala. And yeah, you could stay and network. So if you didn't get your ticket, go to rockmychildcare.com. Grab your ticket. Scott's practicing his dance moves. And yeah, we're going to have a great time, especially with our VIPs while we've still got some seats left open. And I absolutely cannot wait. And I think what you're talking about, the networking opportunities, and I'll say this also, I'm going to share some secrets. I'm not going to tell names, but we had an amazing director who had some experience, some amazing transformations happen in her work with me. And she was approached by other owners for employment to come and work for them. So you do meet some of these incredible people that, who knows, with the right connections, you never know who you're going to meet to fill what role within your organization. So to me, it's endless opportunities. Well, thank you, Scott.
You are welcome anytime, Julie. Thanks so much for all the support. And please reach out to me. It's scott@kangarootime.com. If you'd like me to answer any questions or help with anything, I'd be happy to reach out.
Fantastic. And otherwise, you got to come to the conference to see Scott's moves. That's going to be worth it right there in itself.
Yeah, I'll try to save some for later, but yeah.
Yeah, cool. And here's the ending slideshow. Who's your helper back there?
This is John Caleb, who's our Director of Business Development.
Tell us, pop in and wave hello.
John. Hey. Oh, he has a face for radio, he says.
So you're showing us monkeys instead. Oh, not going to get them.
I'm the brains behind the operation.
Aw. You are not. You're very much on the face.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are great. Well, I can't wait to see you and give you a hug in Chicagoland in the next just about 6 weeks. And thank you so much for being here, Scott. And you provided us with some great tips and strategies and a lot of great energy. So I really appreciate you.
All right. Thanks, Julie. Have a good one.
Thank you too. All right. While I'm demoting Scott. Oops, oh, and I think he demoted himself. All right. So next on our agenda is we have Think Big, Go Local and Bobby. And as you guys can tell, we're a little bit off of our time schedule. So we're scheduled for a break at 6 o'clock, and we'll just kind of see how we're doing. And we might take a very quick break and then continue on with the content because we do have several amazing guests coming up. We're going to be talking about branding in your childcare program, security for your childcare program. There's always these debates about do I or don't I get a security camera, and how do you deal with teachers' feelings around that. So we've got a lot of great guests coming up, so I hope you'll stick with us, take a break, get a drink as you need. If you have questions, please shoot them through the Q&A or the chat. If we don't get to them this evening, we'll try to do a follow-up email for you. So I'm going to come back over here to our viewers, and I'm going to find Bobby with Think Big, Go Local, and I've got some things to tell you about Bobby. And Bobby, I'm promoting you to panelists. So let's see if we can get this one done. Oh, she's good. All right. Oh, I got to go back here. Hi.
Hi, Julie. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Great.
You are looking stunning, coming to us right from the office of Think Big, Go Local, I assume.
Yeah, well, pretty much where I live. Yep. Always in the office.
I know you do. I follow you on Facebook, and I see, yep, it's Saturday and Sunday, and I'm working, but I love it.
That's right.
Yeah, and Bobby and I go back a little ways. We actually are from the same stomping grounds in McHenry, Illinois, and we went to the same high school. Few years difference between us, right?
Yep.
But it was great to reconnect later on in life, and now she's the successful businesswoman in the community and stepped up and said, you know what, I really am intrigued by the childcare industry and having them be somebody who I can serve with my business, and she wanted to come and be one of our topic experts at our conference, and I was just delighted. Bobby, can you tell us a little bit about Think Big, Go Local?
Sure. So we are a digital marketing agency. So unlike some of your other guests, we don't work exclusively in the childcare industry, but we do specialize in making sure you're making an impact with your audience. So regardless of what kind of business you're in, you need to build a community. We started the company as a social media marketing firm because it was just so important to be getting into those places where people were spending their time, which I think everybody knows. You probably log into Facebook 15 times a day, and the conversations you have with friends are happening there. So we could see the transitioning happening from that personal space to a space where you can do business and develop a business community and engage followers and clients and potential clients. So that was where we got our start. We also do reputation marketing. So all those ratings and reviews that get left about your business online, that's how people are making their buying decisions. All things created equal, if they go online and see a child care agency rated 5 stars over the 2 stars, that's the one they're most likely going to investigate first. So we started working with businesses to develop strategy for building that positive reputation, monitoring the reviews that get left online, and then just good strategies for how to engage, respond, and those types of things. We also do web development. So that was kind of a third aspect that came out as we were building all this traffic in this audience. We realized they needed a great place to convert these customers and tell the rest of their story. So those are the 3 aspects we primarily work in.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And all of those are incredibly important, especially the ones that always catch my ears is the ones about reputation management, because a lot of times we get those stars and we're not quite sure what to do with the negative reviews. If we earn them, if we don't earn them, what do we say? What do we do? And a lot of times we get just caught in that analysis paralysis and we don't say or respond. And I think those responses to the reviews are critically important in the big picture.
Oh, they sure are. I mean, a good, well thought out response. You know, if you've got an unhappy customer, you may not find the resolution for that particular person, but the hundreds or thousands of people that are going to read that review after it's been left is really where you set the tone for what type of business owner you are, what type of culture you have, how you accept constructive criticism, because the reality is those are opportunities for us to improve. And if we can convey that to the people reading it, you can soften that blow of a possibly negative review, or maybe not just a fabulous review, and really show people just a little bit more about who you are by the way that you respond. So it is critically important that you have a strategy for doing that well.
And let's point that out as one golden nugget right from the start, is that if you do have that negative review, you could actually say, hey, thank you for pointing that out. It is an opportunity for us to improve. Here's what we're going to be doing next.
Absolutely. I mean, I see people who, I mean, we've probably all seen them. One of the problems that as a business owner we all have is those reviews are really, really personal. And it's very difficult to stand back and say, okay, it feels like a personal attack, but if I sleep on it, or if I talk with someone else about how to sort out this comment, you're really just providing an opportunity to, one, get better, two, show that you don't have to be defensive. You know, a lot of people get on there and say, well, that's not true. Well, it may not, because customers aren't always right. You know, they really aren't. But our response is really what kind of sets the tone for who we are, what kind of business we are, and what you can expect if you choose to work with us.
Yeah, you know, and people, you know, one of the biggest ways that people make their buying decisions is by emotions. And Chuck says, you know, the longer you have to make the decision, you can incorporate more logic. But really, it's an emotional connection people are looking for. Even if they justify it with logic, it still comes back to the emotion. So even if they get emotionally connected to the way that you responded to a negative review, they're going to feel that connection and still want to come and chat with you. So just because you're seeing the negative reviews doesn't mean, hey, game over.
Yeah, that's very true. And they are emotional. I mean, and I don't think there's many industries that it's more important than the childcare industry, because these are our children. And if we need to establish trust and expectations, and you know, there's certain places that a bad review, you may still choose to go buy clothes there because they have cute clothes, even if they didn't have the best customer service. But when it's your children, that know, like, and trust factor is forefront to everything, and getting other people's opinions is critical to, you know, making that decision.
Yeah, the babies they're miracles. You know, they're our miracles. It's like, who are you going to entrust with that? So,
you know, I have a new granddaughter, and when my daughter told me she was looking at childcare, I was like, okay, we want background. You know, I mean, it's a whole different ball game when it's your, you know, it's your family. So it's very important in your industry.
Yeah, and one of the things I just want to sidetrack for a minute that we'll be talking about at the conference too is really, you know, setting yourself to be different with how you run your program in terms of the vision that you have and the people that you hire and how you train your staff too. So those are all critical components that we are going to be talking about at the conference. But Bobby, what happens when you have staff who leave their place of employment negative reviews? Are those just as important to deal with, or is there anything you could do if it's a disgruntled employee who comes and writes something negative?
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not a lot you can do. So, you know, some of these review platforms have gotten so complex now, and they're so good at what they do. You know, years ago, the game was a little bit different. You could bury those reviews with other reviews, but they're really pretty good now at sorting out what's legitimate and what's not. So let's just say you do have a former employee and they go leave a bad review. You can, one, try to get it removed. It may not be successful, but there's always that attempt at reaching out to, whether it's Yelp or Google, and say, here's what happened. Maybe it'll work. More than likely, it's not going to. So again, you have to have a strategy for, how do I sort this out? Sometimes you might know that it's that former employee. Google just made some changes, which in my opinion, are actually really unfortunate. You used to have a Google account in order to leave a review. So the review was literally tied to your profile. They weren't anonymous. You had a name there. I mean, you could make a fake one, I suppose, but there was some validity to it. They just made it a change to make it easier for people to leave reviews, which allows to leave anonymous reviews now, that you can just go leave that review. And so again, you need to go in there and you need to be able to say, we understand you're upset that you lost your job. You know, we understand, but we have a culture and you just weren't a good fit. And you can say to them, you're a great person, whether or not you believe that. You can put out the best vibes possible through that review, but you still have to think about the people that are reading it, because at the end of the day, it's really about the other people that come across that information and what are you able to offer to validate it or offset it or to tell the rest of the story in a compassionate, caring, non-defensive way. It definitely takes a little strategy, which is why we do what we do, because we can offer that third-party look at what that review says and give some suggestion to the best way to handle those situations.
Yeah, and this is where I could see that you're going to be swamped at the conference with people saying, okay, we had this review online. We need to know what to say and how to handle it. And this is why, Bobby's going to be an invaluable resource for us at the conference and even after the conference for everybody here who's tuning in today, to really figure out, how do I do those things? Because it's a lot of mental energy that's expanded, a lot of your time that's just dripping away, and then that in turn relates into profits for your childcare program when you're spinning your wheels not knowing what to do. And that's why experts such as Bobby is so critically important to have as part of your team, so that you just know what to do, what to say, how to respond.
Exactly. And a lot of it is having a strategy before it happens. So when it does, you're not completely sideswiped by, oh my gosh, someone said something bad. What do I do? And to change the mentality of business owners too. I've mentioned this before, just the opportunity to get better is, I think there's a lot of people that feel like they have to be a 5-star business and that any bad review is a loss of business. And I think that a really important piece of this is, how do you strategize to cultivate the positive reviews so that you're building those first? And when the negative one comes, because it'll come, people tend to leave reviews when they have a bad experience first, because heck, they gave you money, they expected a great experience in return, and if they don't get it, they're more likely to have something to say about it. So if you can develop a strategy for cultivating those positive reviews first, those negative ones aren't going to have as big of an impact on your business. And the reality is that when we go look at businesses online, if you see a business that's a 5-star business with 30 reviews and they're all 5-star reviews, there's this little piece of your brain that wonders how cultivated that might be and how contrived those are and who did they ask and who are those people, where they go in and they see a 4.5-star business that's had a couple of people say things that weren't 5-star ratings, and we tend to then look at them and realize how authentic they are, and that's life. Not everybody pleases everybody, and so it's okay to get those bad reviews at times. You just hope to have a strategy to have more positive ones to outweigh that.
Yeah, absolutely. So of all the services that you offer, so you've got your web design, your reputation marketing, you've got your done-for-you social media, which is an incredible time saver. Which is your favorite? What do you love doing? What do you get lost in?
I love doing the social media. That's really my passion. That's it just changes so fast, and it's such a job. I don't know, if I didn't do social media for a living and have to make it part of my day to know exactly what's changed in every given hour, I don't know how a business owner does it. I don't know how you learn to manage your business and figure out how to effectively market because of this changing landscape. I loved what Scott said about Snapchat. We are promoting Snapchat like crazy right now. And I think the reason I love social media so much is the challenge. How do I get in first and captivate a community before all that noise starts happening? So Facebook is such a valuable tool, but you're competing with a gazillion other people trying to get that market space. If you can figure out how to develop a community in Snapchat right now, or even Instagram, which doesn't have quite the noise that Facebook does, you're going to be so much more successful. And you're also going to have to be prepared to jump off that and on to the next thing to really be that cutting edge business that is communicating with people in the spaces that they live in. So, Scott was focusing a lot on millennials, which in the childcare industry, those are the people that are bringing children in right now. And how do you carry conversations and share information and story tell in the platforms that they're spending the most time in? And I'm a challenged person. If I'm bored, I'm unproductive. When I am overwhelmed, I'm getting things done and hustling. So the social media aspect is really fun for me.
Well, yeah, I need some of that Snapchat education. I think my sister's doing it and her kids. I'm like, what's this?
It's fun. It's you either hate it or you are obsessed with it. That's what we're finding.
Yeah, we'll have to send some of my team members, to Think Big Go Local headquarters for some of that training with you.
There you go. Yeah, it's been a blast.
But why should people come and talk to you at the conference? What is it that you're going to be bringing to the table that is a do not miss for our childcare owners and directors out there?
And there's a few things. I mean, we can always answer questions and strategy about reputation marketing, which putting in place a few simple tools is going to help save you a ton of time. I think everybody needs to be in social media. They need to figure out where their audience is and how to tell stories that captivate people and that build that know, like, and trust component into your business. And so one of the things I've really been wanting to share with people is developing a true written down strategy for your social media posts. Even myself as a social media company, if I don't look at my schedule, it's so easy to get distracted by either not doing it or talking too much about your company and not enough about the things people want to hear to get to know you, not just to be sold to. And then time management when it comes to social media. You can jump on Facebook to put out a post and spend the next hour there, right? I mean, it's really easy to do. So we have really put a lot of time and effort into figuring out how to repurpose content so that you can write a blog on your website and then have content for the next 3 weeks to share in all these other platforms. How to develop a written strategy that's simple, easy to develop, but lets you engage your team as well, not just yourself as that business owner, but how can I develop a strategy that allows my team on different days to participate and help us increase that online visibility. So those types of strategies and simple things that will save you time, engage your team are the things that I'd love to talk about to kind of just help your audience to figure out where do I need to be and what do I need to do there to be effective.
Fantastic. And Bobby's going to be one of our topic experts. So she is going to be in the VIP room as well for our gala, as well as in the luncheon. So you'll be able to say, where's Bobby? And sit with her and pick her brain with all kinds of social media. If I were you, I'd be going online right now and looking at my reviews that are out there and the ones that I don't know how to respond to and bring them to the conference and say, okay, help me.
Yeah, bring them with it. And listen, get Snapchat on your phone and we'll start, I'm excited to meet Scott and collaborate a little bit to see what he's doing. I got to jump over and figure out how to follow him on there next. Like, what he's got going
I'll
on.
be figuring out what the heck Snapchat is.
Yeah.
But if you're anything like me as a business owner, you just really want to delegate all of these critical tasks out to instead of learning them yourself, unless like Scott and Bobby, you totally geek out over it. But to a lot of us, it just becomes another thing that we have to do and just stay in our zone of whatever it is we normally do. It just becomes like a drain. And this is where Bobby can really help, is to keep your online presence strong, engaging, and really just growing.
Yeah, we would love to.
So let me ask you, as a business owner, I know that you've had your trials and tribulations and lots of lessons. And I've just watched you on Facebook, and it's been incredible to witness your journey from even the starting point of Think Big Go Local to where you're at now with your own, your own office and your team and, all of these things happening. What do you think are the biggest lessons or success strategies just from a business owner to a business owner that you would offer to our owners out there to say, hey, here's what I've been through, and this has really worked amazingly well for me?
And that's such a great question. And over the years, I've actually thought about this. And I have to say, you get burned every once in a while. But at the end of the day, I have made it my strategy to I don't chase the money. Having a great financial strategy and cash flow strategy in place is important, but I do what I love and I share everything I can share freely with people, because at the end of the day, it all comes back to you. So when I sit down with a business owner, I will just throw up on the table a million phenomenal ideas, knowing that this is a free session and you can take all this and go implement it on your own if you want to. but I also know that it's who I am, and it's what drives my passion, and it's what makes me love working with small business owners more than any other market that we're in, is that you can make an impact. And so I have just always followed the strategy of we put out the knowledge and the ideas that we have, and it always has come back to us. Whether it may not be immediate, they may be like, okay, I'm going to try that. Thanks for the free, hour of consulting. But you know what? When they do try it and they see that it works and they want to take it another step further, they come back. Or when they're successful and they've done this and now the cash flow is up and their time is now more limited, they come back again. So for us, it's just been about doing what we're passionate about regardless of the money, because when you do what you love and you follow that passion, all those other great things just fall into place. And that's really what's gotten us to where we are. And like I said, every once in a while you think, I gave that one up, but you know what? It will never outweigh the great experiences and the customers that we've helped and the people whose businesses we watch grow because we've been working with them. And there's just no greater reward. I mean, that's really what drives us.
That's fantastic. And and one of the secrets I want to tell about Bobby, if I could reveal secrets, is she's like, oh no, not that high school secret. No. Not that one. But when I watch who Bobby is and I see her online and on Facebook, she is this person with this big heart who is always looking for ways to help other people, whether it's charitable events, whether it's promoting shout outs to different businesses, whether it's whatever she's doing. You could just tell that it is so ingrained in you to really help and serve people in a big way. And I want to let you know that that is not unnoticed by any means. I stand by and I watch. But yeah, it's amazing to see, and I can only imagine what our owners and directors are going to get at the conference just by spending, whether it's 2 minutes or 5 minutes, in your energy with your commitment and how you serve people. So I'm very excited to have you.
That means a lot. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's what we hope we're putting out there, and I appreciate it.
And that was a good safe secret, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, sure. That was a good one. That wasn't
Yeah, but and this is why I'm really excited about the people who are our topic experts, because these are some really good people, and I cannot wait. Like, again, I want to submerge everybody in the mindset that these people have, the energy that these people, I mean, imagine just sitting there at lunch with like Bobby on one side, Scott on another side, Chuck and Emily across the table. I mean, imagine what's going to happen in 3 days, let alone all the teachings that I have for you over the 3 days. So it's going to be an incredible transformational time. So I encourage everybody, make sure you go get your ticket at www.rockmychildcare.com. And Bobby with Think Big, Go Local is definitely going to help us rock it big time.
We're really looking forward to it. We're really excited to come out and meet everybody.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you for the opportunity. I can't wait till July to meet your audience. I've been watching you online too, Julie, as you know. So I'm excited to do some of that dancing and sharing some of the excitement I've seen that you project to your audience too. It's going to be awesome.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bobby. I'm going to go ahead and demote Bobby here. Let me see if I can figure it. I'm getting there, Bobby, really. All right. Okay, Bobby, go ahead and wave goodbye.
See everybody soon. Have a great night.
All right. And there goes Bobby. All right. So we do have 2 more guests who are going to be joining us this segment before we take a break. And I'm not sure how long our break will be yet because we are a little bit off schedule. But we've got Bobby Franzo coming up, who is with Peanut Butter and Jelly TV, PB&J TV. And the really cool thing about Bobby is that they know all about security in your child care programs, and they've got a wealth of information to share with you. And I'm going to see if I could bring him on. Let's see. Oh, here he is. All right, Bobby, I am promoting you to panelist. And again, if anybody's got anything to say on the chat, you could feel free to do so. And I will read through those chats later on if you're enjoying this information. And, oh boy, and then I've got to do one more thing. All right, Bobby, I'm asking you to start your video. And we'll see. All right, so I promoted Bobby, and Robin, if there's something going on, let me know. This is nice. I could just like talk to the air and, oops, somebody's saying, wish I could go to the conference or school doesn't open till winter. Well, Stephanie, give us a call and we'll see what we can do. But yeah, you know, the conference is just gonna be a transformational time for everybody who could make it out. I'm not sure if Bobby's here. Bobby, am I here? Oh, wait. Oh, there.
Julie, can you see me?
Hi, I can see you. How are you?
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Good.
I'm glad. That was a bit frightening there for a second, but
Well, yeah, for you, for me. I'm like, well, I could talk, you know, but then I'm afraid to get into a topic and then the guest will pop on. So I've got lots of things I could just sit here and talk about myself.
yeah, well, I appreciate it. Well, thank you so much. Honestly, I've been sitting here for a few minutes kind of just listening to all the experts you've had on here, and honestly, you've got great content, and apparently I need to work on my dance moves prior to conference time, right?
You know what? We do need some men dancing.
Yeah.
I'm always, you know, because our ratios, so I don't know about everybody else in the childcare industry, but I will tell you what I've come in working with childcare teams for over 17 years is that it's typically one man per every 30 childcare professionals. So when I'm speaking, it's typically 1 per 30. Now that's really good for a single man, right?
Right, exactly.
But yes, we do look for our men to come on up and join us, and we do some dancing from the stage as well. You know, we really try to create a high energy environment.
Absolutely.
So are you up for the challenge this year?
Yes, I am. I've been working on my dance moves all year. My wife says they've increased since we've married, so
that's good.
To her credit, she takes it though.
Well, Bobby and I met several years ago, and since then I've always been talking to him about, you know, come be a part of, you know, what we're creating, and I'm so delighted that this year, after some conversations with Robin, that he's like, yes, I can't wait to be there, and we're in. So I'd like to welcome you as one of our topic experts, and you're going to be another one who is in our VIP room. People will be able to chat with you, ask you questions, and one of the things that you bring to the table is that your company is called PB&J TV.
Yes.
And when I asked you about the story, and I'll let you tell a little bit of the story, but when I asked you about the story years and years ago when we first met, you're like, oh yeah, it's about peanut butter and jelly. So I'll let you take it from there. Why did you establish peanut butter and jelly? How did you come up with that crazy? That's actually a really good one for this industry.
Yeah. I challenge you to try and say it without a smile.
Okay, right, exactly. You can't. And there's actually a peanut butter and jelly song too that my spinning teacher will torture us with once in a while.
Yeah, apparently there is, but I mean, no relevance. But I totally, we're well aware. So funny. To give you just a quick background, my brother and I started PB&J TV probably about 6 years ago. I happened to be in a college at the time, and he was I guess on the track, or what he thought was going to be a rock star. You know, he was doing the whole American Idol scene, and thought he was going to be, you know, the next Chris Daughtry or something, right?
Oh, awesome.
Well, he happened to have, and he just got married at the time, and kind of at that same time frame where he was trying to be a rock star, he found out he was going to be having twins. So it came to the realization of, wow, I have, you know, 2 kids to pay for daycare, and, you know, what are we going to do? And my brother is actually, I tell him all the time, he's the coolest nerd that I know. I'm more the business side, but what we did was we actually kind of leveraged some of his skills, coming from a lot of his media background, and built I guess a beta product in a sense with Rick's first preschool for his twins. And we did our first beta system and program in this daycare center, actually right here locally here in Covington, Louisiana. And from that point, you know, we got an opportunity to not only barter the program for Rick's daycare, but we got to beta test our program in a live environment in a sense. And from that point, it's kind of shot like a rocket ship. You know, this is kind of I guess a trend that's moving quickly towards a standard in this industry in terms of security cameras, security systems, and then involving mom and dad, the opportunity to tune in and have a full circle program around it, right? But as far as the PB&J name, it really did involve PB&J sandwiches. We were actually, I think he was making a PB&J sandwich at the time, and he happened to be, you know, just we were spitfiring names back and forth, and was like himomhidad.com, and there was a couple others in there, and then all of a sudden PB&J, I mean, he kind of said it as a joke, but it's just something we always went back to in that conversation, and it just stuck. So we ran with it.
Well, that's awesome. You know, when I interviewed a lot of childcare owners, it's amazing, even the big ones, you know, who named a childcare program after the street they grew up on.
Right.
And just these interesting stories about how the companies get named. But I think your name is really awesome.
Well, if anything, you won't forget the name of the business. You might forget my name, but not PB&J.
Well, you know what? You should be sitting there eating a PB&J sandwich. And then
We have them in the kitchenette here in the office. Just in case the guys forget their lunch, we got backup.
That's good. Yeah. Well, and how long have you guys been in business for? How long have you been serving the
6
childcare
years.
industry?
6 years.
6 years. So in your 6-year time, what can you tell us are some of the hot tips regarding security cameras? Because I often get asked, do we or don't we? And so there's often an argument like, should we have security cameras? Shouldn't we? Staff get paranoid. People don't like this.
Absolutely. Great questions. And we get them all the time too. You know, when I hop on, sometimes I'll hop on conference calls with prospective clients and answer some of these same questions because I totally understand it. What we've seen over the past 6 years in terms of having webcams into your facility and having that access for your parents, it is as honest as I can honestly say this. There is two sides of the spectrum here, but the benefits to having a webcam system and program in your facility far outweigh the, I guess, negative misconception of what could happen. 9 times out of 10, you're protecting your staff from false claims. You're protecting your school from false claims. The ability to onboard new teachers and leverage PB&J as a training tool and management tool is unbelievable. You know, when you have the ability as an admin, and we don't give this to parents, but when you have the ability to tune into your classroom and listen into the audio and not just see video, I mean, it's a night and day training experience. You know, tone of voice. I mean, you guys were talking about culture in classrooms and in school, and tone of voice is huge when teachers are talking to kids, and you see one thing on video, but it also sounds maybe different, you know, from a different perspective, you know? So absolutely the benefits far outweigh, you know, any bit of negative, I guess, conception of having that in the facility for sure.
So if we have an owner who's thinking about getting video in her childcare program, but she knows that staff are not going to feel so great about it, you know, their every move's going to be watched, whatever it might be, whatever all those fears are that come up for any of us being on video 24/7, especially at work, what is it that you would tell them to say to their staff? So what is it that they could say that would help them overcome the objective? I should say the objection.
Yeah, I would say one of the key things is that the video is honestly in there to protect the teacher, because if the teacher is doing what they're supposed to be doing, they really should have nothing to be worrying about, right? Another really cool thing about the camera being in the facility is the Hawthorne effect. So if there's a camera in the room, whether whether the administrator or the mom's tuning in looking at it, just the fact that there is a camera in the room is going to cause that teacher to perform better in the classroom, which is tremendous for the school as a whole. And then another thing we do with the PB&J program is we kind of flip the script on the idea of having a webcam in the classroom with a program called Classroom Hero. So while mom or dad or grandma is online, tuned in to watch, you know, the classroom for the few minutes throughout the day or on their lunch break, they're actually able to submit a fun story of Miss such and such, you know, sitting down at circle time at Giant, how much they appreciate it. We get stories in on a daily basis, right? So we call it the Classroom Hero program. So once mom submits this quick little blurb about this experience that she saw online with the teacher, we send a letter of appreciation, a $5 gift card, and a PB&J branded Classroom Hero cape to the teacher.
Wow.
So it kind of flips the script on the idea of mom not necessarily tuning in to police the teacher or anything, but really mom is genuinely just trying to tune in and just see her child acclimate the first few days in school, or seeing, you know, little Johnny at, you know, his birthday party, you know, what have you, all the great events you guys have going on at school. It's such a fantastic opportunity to show mom and dad in reality of, you know, real-time video of what's going on. And that's, I mean, that's how we kind of flip the script a little bit on the teachers in a sense. Is to protect.
I think that's brilliant. Yeah. So basically, so you said it's the hero time, and it's them reading a story or doing something like that that's pretty cool on camera?
Yeah, so outside of, you know, the camera being in the facility to actually protect the teacher and the school, we flip the script while mom and dad are tuning in. They actually send a quick little blurb about what they saw, you know, what great things they saw. And it's actually in our new mobile app coming out too, that mom's going to be able to submit a quick cool story about, you know, Miss Such and Such and her child. We get those, and we're sending out classroom hero capes now on a weekly basis to these teachers. So they get that in the mail as an anonymous classroom hero, and they're, you know, bragging to their other teachers.
That's a raveable moment, definitely.
Right, and that kind of flips the entire psychology around having the camera in the building. It's not a negative thing, honestly. It's, you know, they're going to be performing better. You're protecting your staff. You're protecting your school, and mom is able to enjoy in the day of the child. You know, you have your open door policies at school, and that's awesome. You know, it's fantastic. However, having the webcam program is a really a next level in the 21st century, and you know, I can't say enough about it, and not being biased, you know.
Yeah. So with your recording equipment and the sound capabilities,
Sure.
so like if a teacher's reading a story, does it come out nice and clear so the parent can hear that?
Well, okay, so we don't give any audio to the parent.
Okay.
Parents only get live video only. So admin get the access to the recordings and the audio. So parent, when they log in, it's just seeing live video. And we do that to protect the school. So mom and dad, they log in, they got a, you know, a username and password. They're able to stay in for 5, 10, 15 minutes, whatever the school sets it at, and access the video, you know, for a few times a day, right? Well, the administrator locally on their server are able to access the audio, the recordings, the live video, pretty much everything, right? And they use that for the management and training of their new staff, or, you know, protecting the clip or what have you. So.
Okay. Very cool. So when it comes to you being at the conference,
Okay.
Why is it that people should seek you out, sit at your table, and really want to be in your energy?
Honestly, I think there's a lot of education still out there needing around the webcam concept in a daycare. And given our experience, our expertise, the program has been such a success across the country that people still have a lot of questions, just like you brought to me today. There's so many questions around, oh, the what ifs, and, you know, do I really want to give mom access to the classroom? You know, those kind of things. And there's so many positive things that come about it. And you know, we haven't even gotten into the touring capacity around, you know, you walk your the mom through the class or through the school. You know, you show them all the great things and all the great successes that go on in your school, and all the awards, and then you end the tour with saying, oh, by the way, you can see all this fantastic stuff we do on PB&J TV. Their eyes light up. They're like, oh my gosh, you're serious? So it's a really great thing, and we'll make sure to have, you know, all the live demos out there, because seeing it is very important. You know, when we brought our technology into the industry, I think, you know, there is a conception out there that the video, or you see that like gas station, like robotic grainy video, and people kind of relate that to just webcams in general, right? Well, when we came to the industry, we brought live video. And what's so important about that is that having genuine video, one, creates a sellable experience back to mom and dad. So you can raise your tuition, or, you know, charge back for it on an individual basis. So there's a genuine experience with true live video. And then two is that because it's good video, there's virtually no misconception of the video. And what I mean by that is it doesn't look like little Johnny was jerked up from the ground. He was actually properly raised, you know, from underneath the arm, you know, those kinds of things, right? So because the video is live and it's genuine video, you're not getting those kind of false claims that bad video would almost create, in a sense.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so like you said, there's a lot of education there that can happen. So Bobby's going to add to your knowledge base about videos and why you really should have that live video. And you know, even just like we're doing video now, the live video, you know, people are writing in the chats like, oh, you know, this is really cool. We're in Australia. You know, it's nice to be able to participate. So there's something to live video. Now, it takes a lot more on our end to coordinate all of this and get all of our guests lined up and make it all work technology-wise. But otherwise, you know, video is just the next best thing to being there.
Yeah, it absolutely is. You know, mom and dad can't always make it to the event, or dad's on vacation, on business work or what have you. And just that quick 5-minute check on their mobile app, you know, while he's away or what have you. I mean, it's so powerful in terms of, you know, the marketability of the school, you know, what we call complementary learning, where, you know, they see what's going on in the classroom, they visually see it, and then are able to reinforce it back at home. There's, you know, really a tremendous amount of benefits to this program.
Fantastic. Well, let me ask you, business owner to business owner, and this is the question that's been kind of the, you know, my asking question of the night.
Sure.
Yeah. So in the years that you've been in business, of course, challenges, ups and downs, losing your vision, regaining your vision, restructuring things, whatever it might be that you guys have been through. What is it that you would offer to our owners and directors out there, especially our owners who are the business owners, that has been something that has really benefited you when it comes to maybe something that you hold near and dear to your mind when challenges hit, or a saying, or a philosophy, or a mindset, just something that's really propelled you to make it to the level where you guys are at right now?
So one of our biggest transitions we made, and I would say it's been in the past couple of years, is we've I don't know, I'm sure you've heard of them. They're called Infusionsoft.
I use them.
There you go. So they're one of the biggest small business CRMs, you know, in I guess the world, but definitely in the country, right? So we're part of their like elite business program group, right? And we work with them extensively on building our company purpose and our value system, and you know, our goals, of course, over the next 5-10 years, right? And for us, it was, you know, being in college when we started PB&J, for me it was, okay, you know, oh great, I'm going to make a few bucks, right? But, you know, once it became a reality and we're now stretching across, you know, the entire U.S. in a sense, it's we've got to align this team and put together a culture that is a fit for this industry, you know. And we have a list of 8 values that, you know, I have here. Look, check. This is my mouse pad here. Always deliver more than expected, and these things are like, you know, strategically placed around our entire office here. And
I want you guys to hear this, because this is important with your vision. And I often talk to my clients about keeping that vision alive, is having those visuals or symbolic things. And in the childcare industry, oh my goodness, your big why about why you established your childcare business, there's so much that you can have that would be tangible things. So I love that you showed us your mouse pad and said, oh.
So we tied in a few things. Our purpose at PB&J is connecting family, right? And why we felt that was important was, you know, first, Rick and I, our family, that's my brother, we started PB&J. And then, you know, what we're doing is actually connecting families. And, you know, our core values are, we believe in family, customers are family, do the right thing every time. We check our egos at the door. I actually have like a door tag on the front door, and it slams every time you open it, and it has the word ego on it. So different things there's different things across, you know, this entire office that is a constant reminder of why we do what we do and how we do what we do. You know, if there's an email ticket that comes in and a representative or an agent's not sure how to respond to it, you know, they often check their value system and say, okay, you know, this is how we're supposed to approach this because of we do the right thing every time. You know, those kinds of things, right? Right. And then our current mission right now is to facilitate 200 million family connections by 2020. So for me, being a business owner, and many business owners, you know, that you service as well, it's okay, I would want to be at 500 locations by, you know, 2016, and I want to service, you know, X number of have which will equal this much of revenue, right? Well, the team can't buy into that. So for us, our purpose is connecting families. So our mission is 200 million connections by 2020. That equates to, you know, X number of locations. But the company culture, getting the team to really buy into what you're doing, and the value of, you know, it's not just a webcam system. It's not just a camera system. It's the smile mom gets when she tunes in and sees her baby, you know, walk for the first time, or the soldiers overseas that, you know, we're facilitating video directly to, you know, I mean, it's an awesome experience. And, you know, the testimonials are abundant, to say the least, in a sense. But for us, it was really bringing what we do to, I guess, a big picture for the team. That was a big move for us.
Yeah, and everything that you're describing, I think, is really invaluable. And if I was coming to the conference, I would even be running to Bobby to say, tell me more about these values and these things that you put up and how everybody falls in line with those. Because it goes back to our vision being the core, as I showed when we first started the childcare business success, the Blab Fest, is that vision piece has to be strong and has to be powerful, and then everything else will fall into place. But if you don't have that, and at the conference, I know you haven't been to one of our conferences, but we'll show a slide that basically if you remove that vision piece, it's kind of like the core, our abdominal muscles, and I just started planking, and that's a lot of fun. But if you, we'll plank at the conference. If you imagine your body with no abdominal muscles, what would your body look like?
Right.
I mean, you might look like kind of like Gumby, just flat on its face, or not being able to really do much. But that is how strong your vision has to be for your childcare program, so that everything else falls into place.
Yeah, and I would say this too is the reinforcement of the vision. So as the business,
it's the growing of the vision.
Yeah, I mean, you literally have to embody it. I mean, it can't be. I mean, it's not just. They're not just words. You really have to live it inside and outside your business. When I say I always deliver more than expected, I mean, I'm, whatever I'm doing, even outside of PB&J, I mean, that's just kind of how I operate in a sense. And the team sees that, and it's not a. They're not seeing me as a hypocrite in a sense, So just constant reinforcement is huge.
Absolutely. Well, if you haven't gotten your ticket yet, I encourage everybody. Don't you encourage everybody, Bobby, just to come out and be at the conference with us?
I'm super excited. I can say that.
Well, I encourage everybody to come out and really experience it. Like Scott was saying earlier, it is a different experience than any other conference that you'll go to. And the people that you meet are incredible. And Chuck last year just kept looking at me and he's like, these people here are amazing. And granted, it may not be like the largest childcare conference, but you know what? It is quality, and you are going to get transformation happening when you leave the event. It really is. So I encourage you guys to get your tickets at www.rockmychildcare.com. Well, we still have our super low pricing and some VIP tickets available, and you're going to meet amazing people such as Bobby with PB&J TV. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, everybody, for your time. See you guys soon.
All right. And I'm going to demote Bobby, so bear with me, and I'll let you know when you could wave goodbye. I'm getting faster at this. All right, Bobby, go ahead and say bye. Wait.
Bye.
All right. And you're back with me. And then we have one final guest that we're going to bring on. I'm not sure if she's going to be able to join us via video or not, but she's got some amazing things to share with us regarding some culture shifts and changes that she's experienced. She's going to be our last guest before we take an official break. And then during the break, I'm going to try to queue up a video for you. So my break's going to be my little escape to the restroom. And you don't hear this, but I have this cat who's meowing at my door. And that's an interesting story about my cat who showed up like a couple weeks out of the blue after my dog had passed away. Some people are like, she's your angel cat. But anyway, so she's been scratching at my doors and meowing, saying, what are you doing locked in there by yourself? So we have one more guest, and then we're gonna take a break. I'm gonna play a video for you about culture change and somebody who experienced a reduction in turnover from our work together, where they literally had 13 or 14 people who they were turning over a year, and it was costing a lot of profits to drip out of their pocket. And they were able to change that around to where the following year after we worked together, they had zero. So if you're really looking at how do we motivate staff, how do I do all of these things when teachers don't even show up, I want to tell you that it's all possible, and you can make it happen in record time. I promise you that. If you've got the right mindset that's saying, Julie, yes, I'm open to what I need to do, tell me, and you do those things, I guarantee you will have some huge shifts happen in your lives personally and professionally, and everything will be different. You'll experience the time, freedom, and profits that every childcare business owner dreams of. All right, so I'm going to see if I could find Dee. I have to put on my glasses. And you guys can look at the forest behind me. So let me see if I can find Dee. I'm seeing a lot. This is fun seeing all the names here. All right, so Robin, I'm not seeing Dee on here. So there's some people I can't recognize. So Dee, if you're here, I'm not sure if you need to let Robin know what your username is that you're logged in under so I could see you. But currently I do not see you. So let me see if Robin has anything. So Robin, if there's anything going on with Dee, please let me know. I'm gonna just scram through. Scan through, I see Rob and Stephanie, Suzette. There's somebody on named Test, and then there's a Tukey. All right, here's a chat. Okay, so Robin's letting us all know that she's trying to get in touch with Dee, and there is no response there. Okay, so she's trying to get in touch with Dee again. All right, so we're at, let's see, 6:35. 6:30. Looking at my schedule. Okay, so I think let's see. If not, I may call an alternate guest to see if somebody's available, maybe off time, to come and chat with me. So let's see that. Okay. See, you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm reading chats. So what I'm going to do is I think I'm actually going to go ahead and take the break right now, and we're going to queue up a video for you guys. I'm going to try to do this pretty flawlessly. But I was telling you about the organization that experienced turnover, a reduction in it. So if staff motivation is your challenge, getting teachers to do what they need to do, I want to play for you a snippet from last year's conference. And with that, we're going to take a little break, and then we're going to come back, and I see Chris coming through and say, hey, I can go on early. Thank you, Chris. We're going to queue up the video, and the video is just about 20 minutes, and that's going to let me take a break, and we'll see where Dee is at. But the video, there's a lot of nuggets right in this video for you to see. So I'm going to actually, I'm just going to talk you through what I'm doing. I'm going to do a screen share. You're going to see my desktop for a minute, and I'll try to get up here. Let me see, whoops. Bear with me. Okay. So when you go to the Childcare Business Success website, there's a lot of different testimonials that you can actually watch about the conference. So this is a slide. If you haven't grabbed your ticket yet, I encourage you to do so. And there's all these different testimonials. Oh, I should play this one for you from Ty about the Childcare Business Success Conference. This is really good.
Hi, my name is Ty Dorakis, and I was at the Childcare Business Success Conference hosted by Julie, and it was really amazing. I think it's a great opportunity for people to share ideas and learn some best practices in early childhood to drive their organization to be more successful and more profitable. And so I would highly encourage you to come to the next conference. Thank you.
And that was from Ty. And then let me see if I could grab a couple more here for you. We've got lots of videos on the page, so I don't want to go through too much of that with you. But we do have a whole slideshow too. And I'm not seeing the one big video that I wanted to queue up for you either, so I'm going to have to find that. I thought it was right here, but it was under success. Let me see here. Oh, maybe I found it for you. All right, so this is the video. And Robin, if for some reason they can't see the video, please let me know, shoot me a text. But I'm sharing my screen, and I'm going to play this video for you. And it's, again, how one leader transformed her entire childcare program. And this is about a 20-minute video, so this is going to be our break time. And then we're going to come back. We'll see if Dee's available to join us. And if not, we'll rock and roll with Chris and our remainder guests that we have for this evening. And we've got some really cool guests. So we're going to talk about more about marketing your childcare program, more about staff motivation, more about security, branding. I can't wait for you guys to meet Chris Cooley and Rob and Devin Seasmore. So here's the video, and I hope you get some great information. I encourage you to get your notebook and your pen out and write down some great ideas.
You know, we have a lot of organizations experience monumental growth and change, culture change, and we are just blessed to have in our audience two people who have worked extensively with me, probably since our last conference. And before I bring them up, I wanted to introduce you to Katie Clinton, who's not here, but after our work together, she did a video testimonial talking about the change that she's experienced and the growth that she had. And she first came here to our conference last year, and she radiates this incredible energy, and we've got a rule. I don't know if anybody read it in their book, but if your cell phone rings, what are you supposed to do? Yeah, so last year, the only cell phone coming off was Katie's. And she came up to the microphone and she did a powerful belt out of, what was the song? Hail to the Redskins. Was anybody there when Katie sang to us? So she did Hail to the Redskins. And we're going to keep the...
Okay, I was just being told that you guys cannot see my screen. All right, bear with me, everyone, if you're just seeing me. All right, I'm going to go back to the meeting. I just want to make sure that you guys can hear me. Can you send me a chat if you were able to see the video? Let me go back here. Nope, no video. Okay, nothing on your end. Okay, so let me go ahead. I'm going to try to queue it up again. And let me know if you do see it this time. Maybe?
You know, we have a lot of organizations experience monumental growth and change, culture change, and we are just blessed to have in our audience two people who have worked extensively with me probably since our last conference. And before I bring them up, I wanted to introduce you to Katie Clinton, who's not here, but after our work together, she did a video testimonial talking about the change that she's experienced and the growth that she had. And she first came here to our conference last year, and she radiates this incredible energy. And we've got a rule, I don't know if anybody read it in their book, but if your cell phone rings, what are you supposed to do? Yeah, so last year, the only cell phone coming off was Katie's. And she came up to the microphone and she did a powerful belt out of, what was the song? Hail to the Redskins. Was anybody there when Katie sang to us? So she did Hail to the Redskins. And we're going to clip the testimony of Katie, and I'm going to introduce you to two of our team members who are here with us today. We started off really not sure where we're going to end up. I knew what Julie had to offer because I've been to the conference, and I knew that I want to have energy to come to my program, to all the programs. But you just don't know how it's going to play out until it's played out. I promised them that they were not going to lose 8 hours of their life. They were going to get it. Better communication, better team, and I'm not stopped hearing positive things since I've gone back. And so I'm totally grateful to Julie for bringing her expertise to us and not just leaving it at that. We know that she's going to follow up with us and hold our hands through this process until we get to that golden place that we want to be. So I don't know that I would have done it better. And what was it like when the program ended? People were speechless because you just kept bringing it. It never really ended. You opened up the communication that had not happened. Just almost like a pass through it. So we're going to have to keep it going. And I'm going to need Julie's support to do that. But we're going to keep it going because it's not going to work. It all starts with that vision. You have to manage through your vision and not through fear. I can't say how many times you told me that, but I'm glad that we've had this opportunity to start that process.
And how do you think this program is different than any other communication program or team building program you have put into place?
Because it's not sugarcoating things. It's not trying to necessarily pass what the things are. It's actually dealing with those things and the root of them and how the change comes from within us. And it's not external. And most of them just want to have teams be happy together. I think the teams that are happy together. So it's really taking the time to understand what
and what would you tell other organizations who are considering a program like this with motivated teachers and doing Bartkus?
You need to determine what is your need, what is lacking in your program, what is the source of the problem, and if it is the staff communication, if it's those team dynamics are not there, and your leadership is questionable, and you're not confident in any of this, you need Julie. You need this program that's going to come in and focus on each other, on yourself, what you have and what you can bring.
and celebrate that and understand this is about the person and not necessarily the group all at the same time.
What would you say about Julie Bartkus and bringing her in?
Do it. It's not a waste of time or money. It's worth every penny.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, and you know, and again, she invested. She took that step to really invest in her staff. So I want to welcome up to my stage. She's going to talk to you a little bit about what we went through together over the past year since the last conference. So please help me welcome up Stephanie and Ala to my stage. Woo! Well, that's, oh, do we have we probably have. Thank you. Welcome. Hi. You like being up here? So this is Stephanie and Alan. They are directors underneath Katie, and we had some transformation happen. So Katie came to our conference last year, and she came back. And what was it that you experienced immediately when she came back to the conference? Because I know you talked to me about some transformations that she had personally and professionally.
Yeah. So I think that a big thing was that Katie was kind of leading by fear. And I think it's so easy to kind of brush things under the rug and say, it's just easier to just let her, you know, she's grumpy every day. It's just easier to let her be grumpy than to deal with her. And so staff was, you know, yeah, everyone was grumpy, and the gossip was getting out of control. And when we kind of got to this point where I was like, look, you've got to do something about this, or I can't do anything. Like, I can't handle this anymore. And when she got back from the conference, I was like, who is this person? So, I mean, of course, you know, I like grilled her, like, what happened to you? All of a sudden, she's like printed out her vision statement that had been like probably filed 8 years ago, and it's like hanging up everywhere, and she's so excited and can't wait, like, let's go talk to everyone. And this is someone who was like hiding in their office every day. Like, she just didn't want to deal with it. She did, you know, she knew what was going on, but and it totally changed her and our whole program.
And how do you think it changed you, personally and professionally?
Yeah, I think
so either just by what she did, you know, so we could start with just what she did by herself. How did that change you? And then once you got into having a fight a few times, how did that change things?
I think her enthusiasm was contagious, and this was someone who came back really excited about her program and what we had to offer to our staff and our kids and our families, and that caught on right away. And I think that changed me.
Yeah, Anna?
Well, same thing. I mean, because Stephanie's with Katie in the office all the time, but to me, Katie, I rarely see her because I'm at the center and we don't get to see each other unless we have a staff meet, a supervisor's meeting, or if she comes once every. So I didn't get to know her that well. And just after her coming back, I'm like, this is a different person. It's not her. It's someone different. It used to be when she comes to the center, I'm like, oh my God, Katie's here. She's probably looking for something, you know? That's what supervisors do. They look for your mistake. Now I'll be texting her, can you come? We want you with us. We're like super excited when she's there. Her energy, her power, her caring, it's just awesome. It's unbelievable. I'm like super close to her, very open. I can tell her anything, like anything and it makes work super easy. You have a vision. You want to do everything. You want to be positive all the time. You can't handle any negative around you. So it's good.
And I want to talk about that because Ala, and I know you have too, have a tremendous personal transformation from the work that we've done. Let me just ask you, how big of a gift do you think it is when your leader invests in herself and invests in you like how you did? From an inside scoop kind of perspective, how big of a gift is that?
It's a great gift. I mean, I have 2 kids, and my younger is 1 year. She's like 14 months. So everyone will think you're going to Chicago for 4 days and leaving your kids. I'm like, yeah, this is worth every minute. I mean, it's a gift. I just feel Katie spending that much money for us. This is a great opportunity for me, and I was telling Stephanie yesterday, I'm like, I can't not stop listening to Julie. I just want her to continue. And yeah, so we're very grateful. Yeah.
Tell us about, so when I came on site, we did a program, and one of the things that you said that you go and you see a lot of the negative things that are unfolding. And we went through, I think it was maybe even just the one day, the first day that we had together of doing our leadership training. And what did you tell me the next day?
So I was telling Julie that I'm like super organized and I like everything in its spot. And I don't want to see. I mean, if I see a thumbprint, I'm like, oh my God, they didn't clean the house. They did this, they messed. And of course, with 2 kids and another older kid, I mean, it goes crazy. And like the first day training, I'm like, God, I have to go 8 hours and I didn't finish my cleaning. I'll find this, I'll see that. The whole weekend is gone because it was a 2-day. So we went first day and Julie spent 8 hours with us. And the next day, first thing she asked, like, what did you see different? What happened different when you went back? Or what did you take with you from this whole day session? And I'm like, I was amazed because as soon as I walked home, I saw everything perfect, nice. I saw a happy family. I was so happy to go home and see my kids. And I did not see anything from what I normally see every day. And it wasn't clean, it wasn't neat, but I did not see it. I really didn't see it. I just saw everything positive and until this day, this went on. It wasn't like 1 day or 2 days. It's still this day. This is how I see it.
And Alan has had some challenges with working with some negative team members. How has our training together helped you cope with some of those situations?
I feel that I'm a totally different person. I've gained actually super much experience. I don't feel I can, like this superwoman. I'm like the strongest woman ever. I just feel I had a big rotation. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
And I did it, and yeah.
You know, and this it's really impressive to me because when you take, typically in our organizations, you take one negative person and you put them with a positive person. Typically, it happens where the positive person becomes, and you're like, what happened to this person who I just hired? But you've got to understand, especially women, have this tremendous need, and that need is to fit in. So if we're bringing them into a gossipy, negative culture, even if they come into that workplace and they're positive and all this kind of stuff, they're either going to leave really quick because they don't fit in, or they're going to adjust themselves so that they do fit in and they take on that of what their team is so that they fit in. It's very common. And what Ala was able to do after our training was it didn't matter that she was still in the midst of having a negative person right there in her presence with her. She was still able
to hold her hand. I stood for my staff, and I wanted them to trust me, and I did it. And that person is leaving. Yeah, because
all things in natural will fall off. Yeah. And sometimes that's the person. Yeah, Ala. You know, and I think this is a real gift that you give to your staff if you do something like this, like Katie took that step, because it changed your professional life. And these are Ala's words, not mine. Changed your professional life and your personal life too, where everything is just that positive.
And this is Ala's first year as a leader. I mean, this was in her first year, and halfway through the year, Katie decided, you know, this person that we were really struggling with, this really negative person for years, we've been struggling with her, and Katie made this decision to move this person under Allah, even though it was her first year as a leader, because she knew the change that Allah had gone through, and she knew that she could handle it. So even in her first year as a leader, it really changed her that much.
Well, you know whose fault it is. I like how you're blaming it on Katie, but yeah. Yeah, so when I first went in there, Katie and I looked at the organizational structure, and we had some employees who had some real strengths that I was able to see and that we recognized. I'm like, Katie, this is what we need to do. And it took her, like, I don't know, a little time to digest it, because it was hard for her to say, like, we've got to move through and do what? I said, well, you know, you're giving them an opportunity for growth. and boy, have you grown, huh? Thank you. Tell us about your I don't know, personal and professional transformation. I know you've got some things that you've been through too.
Yeah,
Like
like
you
I
can give a little insight how things have changed.
like I said, I had gotten to this point. I've been working for this program in this role for almost 9 years, and like I said, I got to the point where I was ready to leave. I felt like I wasn't being heard, and you know, I was really bringing these kind of issues to Katie and saying, this is what's going on, because I was really the person, you know, like in the centers and working with the staff, and Katie was kind of still in that place where she was like, okay, you just go, they really like you. Go talk to them, you go handle the problems, and I'll sit here. And when I would bring the problems back, she would have excuses for me of what, you know, why we couldn't fix that, why we can't do that.
Or what maybe what's wrong with that staff member.
Right.
Why they're saying that.
Exactly. Yeah. Or I mean, she has a really great habit of saying, well, but they're really good at blah, blah, blah. And so let's just ignore the terrible stuff, and we'll just focus on the fact that they are really good at filling out paperwork. I mean, that's kind of the point where it was, you know,
yeah,
they're good at cleaning.
Right.
So
yeah, some people will say, oh, they're really good with the parents, but teacher, the team, So you really got to look at the teacher as a whole and say, well, they're either a valued employee or not.
Yeah.
Valued team member or not. Yeah.
Yeah. So when Katie got back from the conference, all of a sudden I was trusted. Like, and she said to me, like, I'm so sorry. I have not been listening to you. You've been telling me all these things that Julie just taught me. These are things you've been trying to bring to my attention, and I did nothing. And you know, I'm really sorry. And that day she was in that center, and she's there every day now. She's in our centers. We break it up, and one of us goes to each of the centers every single day.
Yeah. So if you guys want a couple golden nuggets, just some things are popping up here for me that I want to share with you, is that when it comes to transforming your team environment, make sure you do a couple of things, especially when you go back, you communicate a goal. So communicate a goal is number one, but also with that goal, make sure you are being vulnerable. Saying sorry or saying, hey, you know what, I take full responsibility. I realize there's some things I haven't done, and here's what I'm going to change. That makes a lot of change happen. Because how did you feel when she even said, I'm sorry?
Amazing. I felt validated. I mean, that's, you know, it was to a point where I felt now I can grow. That here we are, and we're going to grow together. And it made me feel like I could now take responsibility for myself, and we could share that with our staff, who now they are all taking responsibility for themselves and saying sorry to each other and accepting their role in things.
Yeah, it's amazing how powerful that role modeling is. One of the things I do in my organization is I always say I'm responsible. So staff members are messing up. I'm like, I'm responsible. I either did this, or this. And the cool thing is I do hear that now with my staff. So if Jess did something wrong, she's like, oh, my bad, you know, I'm responsible for that one. So these kind of things, even the words you see, are replicated and modeled down throughout your organization in a very powerful way, but we take that for granted. Like, oh, well, I'm the leader and I said that, and blah, blah, blah.
You feel empowered. I mean, that's an empowering feeling, and you can really pass that to your staff.
So let's do a very quick before and after. So give me some descriptive words of before, and then we'll go to descriptive words of after.
Okay, so it's funny, we actually, when Katie and I brainstorm and have our weekly meetings, just the two of us, we talk about things in terms of before Julie and after Julie. And so we'll say like, oh, well, when we did that open house, and we're like, oh, no, that was before Julie. Because things really have changed that much for us. So, okay, so before Julie, there was a lot of finger pointing, a lot of blaming, gossip, drama, a lack of accountability, and just kind of complacency. That's like common stuff. High staff turnover, really high. Like we have about 415 kids between 3 centers, and we have about 30 staff and 6 supervisor positions. And we were seeing somewhere between 8 and 12 staff every year that we were having to hire new staff before Julie. And it was out of control. But they were, yeah.
After Julie, we just had one, and
she's pregnant, and we had one staff this year that we had to hire, one position.
And how many do you have curriculum?
Like 8 to 12.
8 to 12.
Every year, 8 to 12. And once this year. And they didn't even leave, they left because she's actually cooking for us this summer. So she's still kind of here. Yeah, one.
Yeah, that's really awesome. And we're going to talk about some numbers after lunch with the top pillars. But when you think about turnover, one of the numbers to calculate is that you could take what you're paying somebody on an annual basis, multiply that by 30%, and that's what it costs you for each employee that leaves your organization. And the shorter the stay, the more expensive it becomes, because then you're like right away rehiring, retraining, blah blah blah, and you can eliminate some of those costs associated with turnover. But then there's the word of mouth, and experts say that for every staff member who turns over, 4 other team members are negatively impacted by that change.
And I think, Julie, something really cool. We actually just went through a series of interviews this past week for that one position that's open. And you were talking yesterday about how people are like, there's just no good staff here. Like, we don't have good staff. Like, we can't get anyone in here. We're posting everywhere. We can't get the good staff. And we were so stuck in that before, Julie. And this time around, we had so many applicants. Same places we always put it out to. And we had 16 people apply for one position within a week. We interviewed 4 of them, and I think 2 of them were referrals from current staff. And one of the girls in the interview looked at Katie and I and said, just being around you guys, I want to work for you. You're so happy. You love it here. And we were like, we do. Like, it's a great place to work. And the other girl said, my friend was so right. Like, I want to work here. This looks like you guys are having a great time. And so we're finally able to express that because it's how we feel.
And it's not because you guys have the brightest and shiniest buildings,
no,
the best equipment.
No.
No, right.
No.
But it's so you love it. And that's really cool to show the contagious effect of loving what you're doing.
Yeah, and people we've never met before.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I just want to open it up to you guys and see if you have any questions that you would like to ask Stephanie, Alla, or myself about the transformation, because this has been a little bit of a journey. Are they saying they're going to give you grief? But we do have the mics open, so if you have any questions, I encourage you to come on up to the mic. We'll take 2 people at each mic if you do have a question. Come on up, because I know a lot of you have transformations that you have to go through. So now is the opportunity to get a couple more action steps in your plan of action to carry forward into your program when you leave. This is a great opportunity, so don't miss out. Hi.
Hello.
Hey everyone, I'm coming back to you, and I hope you enjoyed that video. And again, I wanted to show you that so that you can believe in the possibility of what you could bring into fruition in your program. So even though everybody says there's a shortage of staff, there's this, there's that, you can just totally choose a different reality for yourself and your childcare program. And that's what I hope you'll do, because we want to get you on the most profitable path, the one that puts sanity in your mind and peace in your heart about this amazing childcare program that you've created that is going to benefit 1,000, 2,000, 20,000 kids in your lifetime. So with that, I do invite you, if you haven't yet claimed your seat, to go to www.rockmychildcare.com and grab your ticket to our event so that you don't miss out. We do have limited VIP tickets available and some general registrations. Well, lots of general registrations at this point, but our VIP seating section is getting limited. And with the VIP ticket, you have access to all of these topic experts. They will be there to support you in our conference hall, which is located right outside of our room, but to be able to sit with them, ask your questions, it's just an incredibly valuable time. And that's where we feel that some lifelong connections were made at our conference last year. So I'm just going to make sure there's nothing critical here for me in the chat. All right, great. And we've still got lots of folks on the line with us. Somebody asked me, who does not think technical difficulties are fun? Well, you know, That was us at the beginning, but I think we've got it down packed now. And just to prove it, I want to bring on our next guest, who is Rob, and I hope I'm going to say your last name correctly, Fike, who is with Watch Me Grow. And we ended the last segment with Bobby from Peanut Butter and Jelly TV. Well, Watch Me Grow has another amazing service for you. And the cool thing is, you know, you're going to get to hear how these two companies serve you in different capacities. And I wholeheartedly believe that there is no competition. I believe that we make our buying decisions just like the parents do on a very emotional level with who we connect with and for what reasons. And we all connect with different people. You're here watching me live right now, and you could be watching TV or out for beer or pizza or whatever, but you're here watching me. So you're connecting, you're resonating with the message that we're bringing to you this evening. So I'm going to go back here to my participants, and I'm going to find Rob. Oh, there's Rob. Hey, Rob, I am bringing you on, and I'm promoting you to a panelist. So I've got this down. I'm so going to teach you guys how you can use this system for amazing staff meetings, because you can have 25 people on the screen. So I'm going to give you a little tutorial on that at the conference. Hi, Rob. Hope, are you able to hear me? Wait a second, I can't hear you. Let me go back here. Can you check your mute settings? Rob, you might have your mic muted. I think I've got everything off on this end. I'm wondering if I can unmute you. Whoops.
There we go.
There we go. Was that you, or was that me? I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing excellent, thank you.
Have you been enjoying our Childcare Business Success Blab Fest?
Absolutely. My favorite part right now is your panelist that had the video from last year. In my previous life, I was a manager of a company who had the same issue with turnover. And to hear a story like that is just so empowering for people. So anyone that might be watching right now that feels that it's impossible to get through that, you can absolutely get through that trouble. So great to hear that story. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. Glad to hear that. And Rob, your company is called Watch Me Grow. And I'd like you to tell us a little bit about what you do. And are you, you're one of the representatives with the company, or are you one of the owners?
I'm the director of sales.
You're the director of sales. All right. Oh, so he's got some great sales information to share with us, I'm sure. So go ahead and tell us about Watch Me Grow and why you are so passionate about your role as director of sales with the organization.
Absolutely. So just starting off a little bit about myself and Watch Me Grow. We've been in business for 20 years now. So when the internet was created, so was Watch Me Grow. With that being said, we've gone through plenty of stages of our company. We've gotten to a point now where we are focused on the next level, and we offer web-based software, a live customer support team, and live streaming video for parents, much similar to what Bobby was saying in the last presentation. The reason I am so excited in this is I spent time in the U.S. military in my early 20s. The security of our country was extremely important to me and still is to this day. And to know that I have 3 children that all attended at one point childcare, to have this opportunity for me at that time would have been incredible. So to be able to share that with center owners and to hear, stories of parents alike, it's such a great feeling at the end of the day to go home and know that we're doing something positive for local and non-local communities.
Wow, that's really great. And I have an important question for you. You ready for
Absolutely.
this? Do you dance?
It's so funny that you asked if I dance. It depends. What kind of dance do you want me to do? I can get down with the waltz. I can get down with the whip and the nay-nay. I'll do a century's worth of dancing with you if you're ready.
Well, I am a dancer. So I think we have another one of our Childcare Program Excellence Mentorship members, Cindy Webb, is an amazing dancer too. So we might have to do that waltz, and who knows, maybe we can have our own Childcare Business Success viral video.
I absolutely see that in our near future. I think we can cut some rugs and definitely get some hits on YouTube for sure.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. So tell us a little bit, Director of Sales for Watch Me Grow. So what is it that most intrigues you that you get to see or that you get to help childcare owners through on a daily basis? So they come to you, they probably have challenges, questions. What is the biggest thing for you that you really get to help them with?
The thing I enjoy most about my job is not really selling a camera system. That does itself. Everyone knows what we do. We offer high definition video, and we offer the opportunity for, centers to run a smoother operation, for parents to log in remotely and have that security and peace of mind. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I love helping people run their business better. And by helping them run their business better, what I mean is we have a tool that your owners can use, and they can learn from us and see that, we have great value add with their centers. And I love at the end of the day hearing the success stories of up and coming, business owners who can at the end of the day feel better by partnering with us and understanding that we are here to help on more than just a sale level. We really genuinely try to make it personal.
Oh, I'm really digging all of our topic experts. I'm so happy that we did this Blab Fest so that we can really, meet you guys and just make that emotional connection so people can see what fantastic people you are. Because oftentimes we go to conferences and sometimes you go around the back door because you don't want to talk to like the people at the tables. And what we strive to do is create a different experience, because the people who we pretty much handpick, and Robin and I had a huge list of people that we were talking to come to the conference to support our folks, but we really want to bring that right energy so that and Scott will tell you last year, people were just running up to his table. He's like, there was never a stop in people just coming up and wanting to talk with us and pick our brain about different things. So
absolutely,
I'm excited that you're a part of that.
Yeah, we are so excited to be going to your show this year. Everything I've seen online so far has been so positive and so energetic. And, obviously the dancing is a great key. And, I'm really looking forward to seeing everyone in person and definitely lending a hand and, a helping ear, if you will, if you need to talk about something or have a problem to work through. Watch Me Grow does have over 700 clients across the country. And so if there's a problem that a center owner might be having, I almost want to bet I've heard about it and found a solution through another business owner. So the networking that we're able to do here at Watch Me Grow to help owners help other owners has just been incredible. So I'm really looking forward to meeting you guys and dancing for sure.
Well, we're looking forward to that as well. And then we got to polish up on our dance steps. Well, actually I don't, but everybody else polish up on your dance steps. And if you didn't get a ticket yet, make sure you do at www.rockmychildcare.com. So what do you think it is about Watch Me Grow that people really want to come and learn from you and to gain support from you guys?
I think the biggest thing that they can learn from Watch Me Grow is just how important true security and encryption is with the online streaming service. It really is simple to go to ADT or any other company that can offer you a service for streaming video. But when it comes to security, it's very important that the encryption is there so that the center owner can have peace of mind, just like the parents can have peace of mind. And that's something that we do offer here at Watch Me Grow.
Fantastic. So what do you think are like 3 big tips that you could offer our viewers, either about security and having security cameras, or about anything else that you've learned from being in the childcare industry across all the different countries that you're in with the service that you offer?
Absolutely. So with the streaming video service, I would say number 1, first and foremost, is the provider you're choosing to go with, are they secure? And if they are secure, can they verify that for you? That's very important. And number 2, as a business owner or someone that directs a business like a center director would or assistant manager, it's really important to follow the 5 Ps. We all know proper prevention prevents poor performance. So in order to perform well, you have to plan for it. So I definitely enjoy planning ahead of time and being as positive as I can absolutely be. And just being there to listen to our customers has definitely made us stand out among the rest. That's for sure.
Fantastic. And I know just from you being directors of sales, you probably just didn't start as director of sales. You probably worked your way up and sold a lot and probably still do. And, and although we don't like to say it, but this business is a selling business, just like any other business. We often are like, oh, we're childcare and we're different. And we are in many ways. But the enrollment building process is really a sales process. So we love to help people shift their mindsets around what sales really is. And I want everybody to get that sales is something that you do for people, not something that you do to people. And that's a huge mindset adjustment. But what can you offer us in terms of you hearing no? Well, this is a strategy in itself. Oh my goodness. Yeah, hearing no's, because a lot of us don't even get to the no part. I wrote a whole article on that, but you could probably tell us more about that too. But overcoming the no, the fear of rejection, people, rejecting the service, rejecting you. what can you tell our owners and directors out there who have to sell to fill their enrollments?
You know, when it comes to finding a way to fill enrollments, it's about how you present yourself, how your company is presenting itself, and how people view you from the outside. I think that nowadays with social media and ways on the internet of using, Yelp reviews, or, even just Google in itself, it's so important to always put your best foot forward. And no matter what's happening, always have a positive mindset. To think that someone is going to have all the answers for their business is just, it's absurd. It's definitely a huge thing to go to a show like yours, where you can meet so many like-minded people, like I said earlier, that have encountered the problem that you're having, so that you can learn through other people's mistakes to speed up your success. And I think that's ultimately a huge part of it. And like you just said, selling is definitely not about myself as someone selling a product. It's about the consumer that's getting the product and the services and the relationship that was built between the seller and the buyer.
Yeah, and I think this is, it's even tougher for women to get. You can let me know if this was your challenge as well, but a lot of women, we operate on the level of needing to fit in, needing to be liked, which is where a lot of our issues with staff do come up. So there's sometimes a lot of that neediness that goes into the business model that we created. So then when it comes to selling and we're trying to get our own needs met, and then it's like, oh, we're afraid somebody's going to be no, or say no, or we won't put ourselves out there in a big way. Did you go through any of that? And if so, how did you overcome it?
I came from a very humble background, and I always keep my mindset in that. No matter what I've done, whether it be, finishing up college a few years ago on my own, going to the military on my own, I've been very self-sufficient. But the one thing I've always done that has helped me be successful, I've never been afraid to ask the questions that I need to get answers to. You have to have that humility piece where you have to understand I have a shortcoming and I need help in getting the answer. I can't run around forever looking for an answer that I just didn't have. And so once you have that knowledge base with your peers or even people you hardly know that have an answer for you, it's extremely important to grasp onto that and learn from them.
Absolutely. So did you ever, well, let me ask you this. So, we hear no a lot, right, in the sales world. And I know that in business, we're going to hear no more than we hear yes. And it becomes a numbers game. The people that you talk to really find who can you connect with authentically and genuinely so that you can help them with your service. So when you know that you're going to be hearing no's, what does your mind say? What are the thoughts that go through your head?
When that's a great question.
I'm asking you deep questions here.
I'll be honest. When it comes to all the no's, sometimes I just put my phone on mute for a few minutes or do not disturb, and I dance.
Ooh.
Right in my office, I'll close the door and I'll put on some music and I'll get my mind right, and I jump right back in the saddle, because ultimately, I'm not trying to sell a product in order to make a profit. I'm trying to sell a product in order to help people. And so in order to do that, I have to understand it's not about me. It's about the people I'm trying to help. And so along the way, if I can create some great relationships that might be lasting, whether you're my customer or not, making good relationships is really what it boils down to.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Scott Wayman, he was featured in our Childcare Business Success magazine, a huge article, but he would talk about how he had this crazy idea that he even put competitor reports into his prospects' hands to say, here you go, where he was like showing, hey, I'm here to help. If you decide that we're the best option for you, fantastic. But if not, here's everything else that you need to know to make your decision. And that was early on in his sales career, but he shared that. I was like, wow, and that just gives testimonial to just the up-leveling that he's done in his career. But I love what you're saying about dancing. And it's all about shifting your energy, because you could go through a downward spiral of doubt sitting there by yourself, or you can put on one of those songs that instantaneously changes your mood. And I mean, it's an underused strategy, and it's very simple, but it works.
Absolutely.
So Rob, what song do you put on?
Well, I've got a few. My little girl is 5, and she is a Meghan Trainor fan.
Oh.
She likes to be all about that bass, no treble. So, that one gets me going. And being based here in the Pacific Northwest, just south of Seattle, I got to say my guy Macklemore definitely has the tunes that get you want to move. And so I definitely enjoy Macklemore lately.
Yeah.
And if I really want to have a good time, I put on some old school, maybe some AC/DC, a little rock and roll all night. We could have a good time with that. You can, cut the rug on that, no problem.
Yeah, that's awesome. Those are some great tunes. So I want everybody, as part of your success strategies for what you're walking away with this Blab Fest, is think about what's your favorite song and how can you use that to shift your energy, because there is scientific proof that music has the power. It's one of the only things that has the power to instantaneously change your mood. And sometimes when I ask my audiences that, they'll be like, oh, it's a smile or it's this or it's a joke. But no, it's music. It's that music that will set that tone. And we do it with the kiddos. We do it with the littles, right? When it's time for nap, we put on that nap song, whatever it might be. But when it's time for get the energy in the right place, tap into the power of music. It's amazing.
Julie, what's your song?
Oh my goodness. Well, you're going to hear several of them at the conference, I'm sure. But one of them that I love is It's a Beautiful Life by Ace of Base.
Okay, I remember that song.
And then I like songs that we're not going to play at the conference.
Fair enough.
But like Leonard Skinner, Give Me 3 Steps. Not that it's a bad song, but it's, And then there's one that's old school that's by Sweet called Little Willie.
I'm not familiar with that one, but I will look it up.
Yeah, so it's like from the 1970s. You'll see the guys in their, their pantsuits and the flare bottoms.
Oh,
my mom used to torture me with that song. She would play the 8-track tapes like out the windows when I was playing with my friends on the swing sets. And but I grew up to love it. And then there's one by Bobby Sherman that is called Julie Julie that I do really like. So
all right,
there you go.
Sounds like a good time for sure.
Yeah. Any more questions for me?
It depends. Do you want me to switch the gears?
Yeah, we could totally switch gears now. No, but this is great. So when people meet you at the conference, why should they come and talk to you? Why should they sit with you at lunch to pick your brain and at our VIP gala that we're having on the first evening?
One thing I would like to say is that while I'm at this show, I really would like to meet everybody if possible. I think there's such value add from everyone that I can meet. So anyone that would like to sit down at lunch with me, I'd be greatly appreciative of that. But ultimately, when it comes to Watch Me Grow, we've been the industry leader for about 20 years now, and we have a lot of knowledge. And when it comes to online streaming video and the security of your childcare center and your business, there's nothing that I can't really talk to you about, and I could go on and on and on with that. But when it comes down to the human connection, I'm just a very humble human being who just enjoys the interaction of being around others and making that connection, understanding what your needs and wants are and how I can best fit them, whether it be with my company or your fellowship or etc. So I'm just a really laid back kind of guy. Please don't mistake my my quiet, shy demeanor as trying to escape any.
Whoops, your video froze on me. Let's see if Rob comes back. I'm not sure if I'm the only one having problems hearing you, Rob, but you kind of froze there. Oh, you're coming back.
Hey.
There you are. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what the last part you heard was. There's a little hiccup right there.
Yeah, it was, I think, just the last 30 seconds that we didn't hear.
Oh, okay. I kind of quit talking after a moment, though. But really, I do look forward to all of your guests coming and meeting me and just taking a few moments to get to know me and listen to me and about my company and what we can offer you and how we can help you. And it would be great. And if you already have a camera system, that's great, too. If you want to know how to make it better, we're here to help with that, because ultimately it's about the industry, not just about Watch Me Grow. It's about the betterment of childcare centers and the security they're in. So yeah, we're definitely here for you. Definitely. All of you.
And this is why at my conferences, I don't necessarily refer to our sponsors as sponsors. I try to really say that you are topic experts. I mean, that's how I refer to you, because you guys have a wealth of information in addition to the life journeys that you've traveled that so many of these people can relate to and benefit from. So I'm so excited to have you at the conference this year. Let me ask you, Rob, you kind of seem like a creative person, so maybe we could give everybody a little cliffhanger here as to why they should come to the conference, because if they don't, maybe they're not going to discover something from you that you're going to be revealing at the conference besides your dance moves. So what's a cliffhanger that we could leave to people that they should really come to the event, because you're going to be sharing something or answering a certain question, or what might it be?
That's a really good question. Little on the spot question, but I'm good with that.
Full
so here we go.
Disclosure, totally on the spot.
It's okay. I'm going to give you multiple answers for this one because I'm that solid. So what we're going to do at that show is we're going to educate every single person that comes up to us about the many facets of cameras, whether it be with our brand new look that might be happening at the show. For those of us that are familiar with our brand, we have a brand new look that we're introducing at your show. So we're excited about that. Number two, we just might have some amazing gifts for everyone that comes by our booth. I'm not going to say what. There's another cliffhanger for you. And I have an amazing pair of dancing shoes I'll wear for anybody that comes up and meets me.
Are they blue suede?
Can't tell you. You're just gonna have to come to the show and find out.
Well, I'll be there.
Oh, you will, but I can't tell everyone.
I know. No, I'll be waiting. We'll have our photographer all over those shoes. So if you haven't grabbed your VIP ticket yet, make sure you go to www.rockmychildcare.com. Rob's going to show us his dancing moves, his special shoes. He's got presents. And, I forgot to ask our other sponsors or our other topic experts this, but, chocolate's a big hit too. So we don't know, you got to come to the table. There might be some really good chocolate happening at the event too.
Oh, do you guys want me to bring some of the special chocolate from my neck of the woods?
Where's your neck of the woods?
We might have some Seattle truffles that are world renowned. They are pretty good.
All right. Well, if you want some Seattle truffles, make sure that you get your ticket and come to the event. And again, everybody, the website's www.rockmychildcare.com. And before we say goodbye to Rob, I just want to let everybody know also that we have opened up and we're doing actually a pre-conference session. While our topic experts are setting up their table, we're going to be in session from 7 to 8:30. We got spots for, I think, just 30 owners to join us, where we're going to be talking about getting really dreamy with your childcare business. It's owners only, closed door, the evening before from 7 to 8:30. We're only letting 30 additional people into that room. So if you don't got your ticket, we still got room for you. Doesn't that sound cool, Rob?
I can't wait. I've got my ticket, so we're good.
You're good. All right, fantastic. And I know our hotels are filling up too. So, and actually last week somebody said they sold out. So we called to make sure that we still got rooms available for everybody. So, all right, I am going to do the demoting of you now back to a viewer. And Rob, you could go ahead and wave goodbye to everybody.
All right, bye everybody for now. We'll see you in July.
All right. Ooh, that was a great segment. All of these topic guests are so fantastic. I want to bring up next an amazing guest who I've personally been working with in my business, and we're going to be revealing some things at the conference. But we've been doing some rebranding, some website design, and this person just totally radiates this creative energy. So if you're like, I know we need to do a website, but I'm not sure how to pull out what's in my heart and get it onto the screen so people can really feel me, this is your person. So I want to introduce you to Chris Cooley. And Chris, I'm going to find you. And I'm promoting you right now, Chris, to a panelist. And
I'm here. Maybe.
Yes, start your video.
Start my video.
Did you get the request?
Yeah.
There you go. Woo! We're
Rock
getting
on.
Hi.
How's it going?
It's going fantastic. How are you?
Doing great.
Are you enjoying the Blab Fest?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's called Blab Fest, so how bad can it be? Right?
Right.
How good can it be? It can be the best. Yeah. I love your painting, by the way.
Do you like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get lost in that.
My mother is like a hoarder of paintings, and she was moving, so I took a bunch, and I figured I would come from the forest and the mountains today.
Yeah. I have a friend.
Beautiful backdrops.
I have a friend who's world famous. He's based right here in Rochester, New York, and he paints pop culture into these old paintings from thrift stores.
Oh, wow.
So so he paints like cartoon characters, like Pokemon characters and Star Wars characters into these paintings, like really detailed. And it's
that would be a riot. That is funny. That's funny.
So that's why I keep looking for like a stormtrooper or Chewbacca in the background.
No, but next time I might. I don't know, after Scott's segment with all the little signs they were holding up behind his head. Some characters on here for me.
That's great.
But so Chris, we've been working extensively together for the past several months, and Chris was recommended to me by a colleague as somebody who should come to our conference. And we started talking, and we're in the stage of redesigning and rebranding our websites and our image, especially as I moved from just doing Motivate Teachers, as many of you know me from being the staff motivation resource, to just really having a more holistic look at your business so that we can look at the whole thing holistically, understand what's going on. We moved to childcare business success, and then we also have a mentorship called the Childcare Program of Excellence. So I'm like, Chris, how do you tie all of these pieces together? How do you make it all work? And some of you might just have your childcare business site, but you might have several different things going on, and you want that brand recognition, and that's where Chris's genius with his company really comes into play. So Chris, why don't you start by telling us a little bit about you and your company and why you do what you do?
Yeah, absolutely. So my company's called Cooley Creative LLC, and really what I do is I operate with empowerment in mind. And Julie, you've participated in this this process. And actually, the whole thing started when I went to a conference, and a woman walked up to me and she said, "Oh, you do logo designs, right?" And I said, "Yeah, I do." And she said, "Here's my business card, but please don't look at my logo." And this was after an extensive, passionate conversation about how she loved her business and how much she put into it. And I thought, what a shame that this person is that involved and that passionate about what she's doing, yet this visual brand is a deterrent, and it's making her feel inadequate, pretty much. It's embarrassing her. And that's the first thing that people see. So I came up with this process that at the time I was calling a 1-hour logo. And it was really cool. It was a screen share where I actually allowed my clients to view the process and participate in it, so that it was really engaging their creativity, and they were able to explore that. So rather than have this curtain drop down, right, and do my magic behind it and charge hundreds of thousands of dollars, I pulled the curtain back and said, look, I want you to be a part of this thing, because I want you to embrace what we're creating so that you can live into that brand the way you live into your business, right? And I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that too. And Julie, you were at a point where, you've been growing and growing and growing and creating these brands that didn't quite have this common thread, right? And everybody gets to that point. And I actually recommend when people start to say, and here's a beautiful little tip, right? Is go and find somebody who can just get your idea out into the world. Don't expect that first logo or that first brand to be like your ultimate end all be all, because you're working with your clients as well and helping them grow, right? And so over time, you start to really figure out how to tie your personality into it. And where you're at, Julie, it's like a few years into it, and now it's time to really look at this from a professional level and tie all these pieces together through color, font, graphics. And I mean, how do you feel about your new brand,
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel actually fantastic with what we're developing, and that now I can kind of see how all the pieces are going to unfold together. So that's like super exciting. And one of the things when I talk to my childcare clients about bringing their vision to life and really getting those full enrollments in record time, a part of it is about the emotional connection that you're able to establish with parents.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that a lot of people detach emotionally from their own business. So it's really impossible to make the emotional connection from parents to your business when you don't even have this emotional connection that's living and growing. And I mean, sometimes it's a dysfunctional connection that starts to happen with our businesses, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But if we don't have all of these emotional connection points that we're super excited about, it becomes really harder, and Rob would probably agree with this, it's really harder to really sell your childcare program. So by having a logo or a business card or all these different things that you're emotionally connected to, and it's like, oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
excited, and it's something that brings life or breathes life into that vision and gets you to that amazingly dreamy state.
Sure. And you were just talking, with the last guest about sales and confidence. And how much confidence do you have when you say, yeah, here's my business card, but don't look at my logo? I mean, that doesn't ooze confidence, does it? You know, but then hand the logo over and someone says, oh my gosh, this is beautiful, you know, and it's memorable and it's very you. As soon as you get to meet the person, it has their energy. Your new brand is like that as well. I mean, it has your energy in it. And so people can see that, right?
Right, and I hope they could feel it. And I think a connection point is just because I feel it, so they're going to feel it. So now it's not going to be continue with the website development. It's not going to be like, oh, but don't look at that messy site.
Yeah.
This gorgeous masterpiece.
You know, it's this process that I use is not something that's typically done. It's very on the spot, and it's about managing personalities, if you will, and actually creating a result that it has the professional level of execution that I bring to the table, but also that, you know, it has your personal twist. The color schemes, the elements that you think are beautiful. There's no sense in me saying, hey, look, I'm the expert. You just take a couple designs and pick one. That's not how I roll. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's really,
it's such an incredibly personal process that you go through with you and designing what you do. So
yeah, thank you. I mean, it's been a blast working with you, and we've got way more to do and unveil, right?
Right, exactly. You know, and one of the foundational elements of my new brand and what you're seeing unfold from us is I have a picture of a flower arrangement that I put together that I absolutely love, and people who know me know that I'm like a flower nut. I believe that we should be surrounded by flowers as much as possible, especially when we're living, never mind when we're dead, but when we're living, you know, totally surround yourself by flowers. And I had an arrangement that was like blue, orange with some yellow. So every designer I would work with, I'd be sending them the picture of the flower.
Here are my colors, yeah.
These are the colors. How can we put these together to be something for the company? Because I'm really so connected with those colors. I love them. And the colors to me are like a gorgeous sunset over the ocean. You know?
Yeah. And that was one of those things that we talked about during the process. You know, the inspiration is coming from you and from the things that you love. And it translates really, really well. Are you a gardener by chance? No. You just have it around you.
Yeah, I just want to put them together. I'll put the flower arrangements together.
Oh, got it.
Because my time, maybe when I get, you know, bored.
It's quite a skill, I can tell you.
What's that?
It's quite a skill, arranging flowers in a beautiful way. It is. It's art itself.
Yeah, I take that for granted. And that's what some people say, like, oh my God, look at that beautiful arrangement you just did. I'm like, well, I have a backup career.
But, you know, that's actually also part of the process somebody might say, well, I'm not creative, right? Well, I think everybody is. It's just a matter of having the right person be able to bring it out of you. Right. And really, my personal belief is, you know, a brain surgeon is creative. A mathematician is creative. We might not think of them in the artistic sense, right? Because they aren't doing a painting or playing music. But if you get into a surgery and you have to think on the fly, that's being creative, right? So that's something that I really encourage a lot of the people that I work with to understand, and I help guide them into that understanding is, you are creative and people get into it. I had a guy today, you know, I was meeting with, and you talk about dancing. He was literally dancing around like a 10-year-old boy, because we were really getting to the point of, wow, this is exciting, right?
Yeah. So the big question, Chris, is do you dance?
Well, you know, I've been hearing this theme, and I guess I am going to have to brush up, I think. Because there's a lot of pressure. I mean, people are bringing their own shoes, and like just what you said in the last segment, like, you know, I don't have to brush up, but everybody else does. That's saying something.
I'll try not to shut y'all up.
I heard that that Darren, who will be there, my teammate and web developer, I think he's kind of a, you know, loose guy. I bet he has some moves.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
Yeah. I'll make a fool of myself. It's all good.
Well, we all do on the stage, but you know, it's like some people are watchers and some people are like, okay, Julie's here.
Right, like I'm in. Yeah.
This year we're doing a lot more dancing. And
I actually got caught at we have here in Rochester a lot of festivals. Our summertime is full of festivals, and there's a Greek festival last week, and I got caught in my own world doing like crazy Greek dancing. It was pretty fun.
Yeah. Ooh, that's pretty.
It's cool. Like accordions and, you know, all kinds of weird instruments. It was a blast.
Oh, that's awesome. So, we were talking about a couple of things, and I want to bring our owners and directors back to this. And this is everybody's assignment before the conference, is I really want you to start paying attention to the things that you desire. Because there's one thing that's going to propel your level of childcare business success, whether you're working on your branding, on your website, is to pay attention to the desires that are in your heart. Because so often we start to really sway and to become this person almost who everybody else wants us to be. And we forget about what's in our heart and who we are really meant to be. And our desires are fuel for the vision. What happens is that a lot of times in our organizations, we start tolerating things. And we start tolerating things with staff, we start tolerating things with our clients, and then the vision starts to crumble. So to bring this back to life for yourself, here are 2 concrete assignments, is to pay attention to your desires. What are the desires that are going on in your heart? And then also identify the things that you're tolerating. And we're going to work towards eliminating those so that you start marketing your program, bringing your website, your branding, and everything to life from a very authentic and genuine place. And desires could even be, what colors do I love? What flowers do I love? And you start getting in touch with the real essence of who you are again. And you'll be amazed at the magic that you work when it comes to bringing your childcare business success to an entirely different level.
Yeah, you really nailed it. I mean, I love hearing from all the guests because there's such alignment with
Yeah.
I actually co-founded a co-working space here in Rochester. And that's one of the things that we always emphasize is that it's a like-mindedness. We have 60 different companies that are in totally different industries. And most of these, organizations, and when you get all these people together, it's like they fit into tech or design or whatever that might be. And it's like-mindedness. And I'm hearing that with all the guests. It's the words like empowerment, words like genuine and authentic. I mean, these are words that it's a new progressive way of doing business, right? And you're talking about these heartfelt connections that people can make. I mean, this is you that you're putting into this business, right? Mm-hmm. And yeah, that's obviously for me, it's a skill set from a branding and visual design and website standpoint. But yeah, it's a beautiful thing when that all comes together, especially those words, genuine and authentic. I mean, I resonate with that at the highest level.
Ooh. Yeah, and that's what, and that's what brought us together. And I said to pay attention to your energy when you connect with people. And every time Chris and I would get on the phone or at a conference, we'd be like, woo, we feel like at a higher level than when we first started. And that's what I want all of our viewers to feel like whenever you're with your staff or with parents or people in the community who you're sharing your vision with, is to feel like another step on fire about where you're going, because that gives you a clear indication you're heading in the absolute right direction. And Chris, you say it's kind of technical for you, but I mean, you could be any web designer or any graphic person, but your journey has brought you to this specific way of the way you do business.
Yeah, and I was. Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, my path is very unique because I'm always trying to I always am figuring out a way to cater to what people are asking for versus me just saying, here's what's done, here's how you do it, here's how you get a brand, and it's delivered that way. That works for some organizations. Larger corporate entities, I've worked for a lot of them. They say, just give us 3 designs and we'll pick one. You know what I mean? This is a totally different a feeling, right? And a type of person that we're working with. And it is more about connectivity and personality. And I love being in that arena, and part of my background is in industrial and human design. And that's how I generated this whole thing. It's about, people were saying like, it takes too long for me to get this logo. It doesn't come out the way I want it to. I have to settle. They're saying things like that. So that's how the whole process came about. And it's really compartmentalized in a way that people can understand. So the branding process and creative processes can just be like, yeah, we'll get it done when it's, done, and we'll just be creative. And this is very like, here's where you put your stuff. Here's where I put the stuff. Here's where you put the next round of stuff. And then here's the end, so it's very outlined. So if people are standoffish about creativity, this actually works in your favor.
Well, and I think this is an incredibly creative group. I do think that our owners and directors might forget to tap into that creativity to bring themselves greater, truer happiness.
Mm-hmm.
you know, more so they bring that to the lives of the kiddos, for the parents. They're trying to make everybody else happy. And in the process, they really forget about that authentic and genuine process for themselves. And I call it the smile on a stick phenomenon, where we're all grabbing a smile on a stick, putting it in front of our face, like, oh,
Yes.
you know, you're touring, I'm smiling. But we really want you to feel like the video clip that we showed during the break time was, they were now saying, you know, we really feel happy. Things are totally different. And that's the shift and the transformation that we want people to feel at the conference.
And it's about being, you used those words just a few minutes ago, genuine and authentic. You know, I went to a conference and the new buzzword was authenticity. Like, we're going to teach you how to be authentic. Really? Like, it's a being. You are authentic or you aren't, right?
Yeah, and it's almost like, it's more like in what I do with my clients, and my clients will say that they love me and they hate me. Ask them, they will tell you that, because we're peeling back the layers. We're peeling back the layers that you piled on that are not your authentic self.
Yeah.
Peeling those back so you can not learn authenticity, but so that you can reveal it or re-reveal it within yourself.
Right. And a lot of times the layers that are built on top are actually built up by other people, which is the shame of it, you know, because it's all these models and paradigms that are driving you into thinking that you have to do things a certain way. Well, that's what I love about what you're doing. It's about being yourself, but finding yourself at the same time, right? And my role just happens to be, hey, when you found yourself, let's show it to everybody, right?
Right. And that's why we figured that, you know, our relationship was a great partnership, because it was like, all right, well, you're going to help everybody get to this authentic and genuine place, and then I'm going to help them really express it through everything that's online about them, or through their website.
Yeah, you know, I brought up the like-minded thing, you know, at the co-working space. We've got all these different industries, and I don't know, I might be one of the only people who is a vendor that's not specifically in the childcare industry, maybe one of only a few. And that speaks to my process and the way that I actually engage people. So it isn't just about an industry that I work in. I work with financial advisors. I work with government entities. I work with colleges and universities. It's across the board. You know, like woodworkers, I'm working with a photographer. It's everybody, but all these people have something in common. And that is that they love what they do. And they're also so ready to emphasize and be empowered by their brand and their visuals. It's like they get excited about the creative process, right?
Yeah.
And we're gonna, you know, me and the team of awesome people that I'm bringing with me, we've got some creative ideas that will be at our table that people can have a lot of fun with.
Yeah.
That's a secret, right?
What's that?
That's going to be my secret, right?
Your secret, so some good things. Are you going to have chocolate?
Yes, of course.
Now the pressure's on for dancing shoes and chocolate, everyone.
Yeah, this is a lot.
But let's give our viewers out there some tips. So let's give them, you know, maybe 1, 2, just really hot tips on how they can get started, whether they come to the conference or not. So in the spirit of giving and helping, what are the hot tips that we could give them to really get started on their process of bringing their authentic site into existence?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'll actually give you specific like references and resources to use. So I tell everybody this, if they aren't quite ready for working with me, or it's like beginning stages of an idea or a business concept, go to either a student, or you can go online to 99 Designs or Odesk. These are great resources to have a logo developed. But there are a couple things that you really need to ask for. Vector artwork, right? So it's EPS files, Illustrator files. You want to have access to all of those things, no matter who's designing your logo for you, because I run into it all the time where I say, let me see your current logo. Well, I just have a JPEG file. Well, that means I have to recreate the entire thing. So that's just like a little tip about the logistic and technical stuff. And I always say, like, you can go on these websites. You might know a nephew of a friend that's a graphic design student. And a lot of times they're looking for experience. So have them work with you, let them gain a little bit of experience, and sometimes they'll do it for free. 99 Designs, you can get a logo for $100. And it might sound like I'm supporting my competition, but I'm not. I want people to know what those references and resources are supposed to be, right? They aren't supposed to be your end all be all. So that's where I find myself, is somewhere between, the agency model, which is, it can be like 15 grand for a logo, and the lower end, just starting 99 Designs for $100. I bring the level of agency experience and expertise, but the cost is because you're participating and I'm allowing you to see this process, and it's outlined. So that's one tip. I don't know, I can give a lot more. Maybe I'll just give them at the conference. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, that's a big one. And then, you can collect material pretty easily, but you can go on there's a website called logopond.com, and just look for logos that really resonate with you, and collect them, and you can show those to anybody. And a good designer will be able to take generalizations from those styles that really speak to you and use them, instead of starting from scratch.
Yeah.
And yeah, those are some good places to start.
Yeah, and I thought that was powerful. And I thought what was so powerful too, when I was going through the process with you, Chris, was just me picking the logos. I mean, that really, that's a good starting point. That's a great tip. Go see what pulls at your heart. Look at the. Yeah. But then Chris has this great ability to be able to take the things that you like and then put them together in a concept or idea that is an expression of what you want to put out there into the world. So that process was invaluable in itself. So.
Well, and you also touched on something that I want to note is when you're looking through the logos, I make it really clear, don't look for logos that are just in your industry. You're looking for a style. Like, you want to capture your essence, right? So if everybody in the childcare world has balloons and teddy bears or whatever it is, right, go away from that. And I'm not trying to, trash on balloons and teddy bears, but right, the thing is it you? And that's why I have all my clients go through this process, and you went through it as well, Julie, yeah, is selecting these things that make you unique.
Right. Because think about if you have an incredible obsession with shoes. Love shoes. Shoes set your soul on fire. Every time you look at shoes, you get happy. So I would be saying, let's work with shoes.
Yeah. I mean, and it's also, it's finesse, right? It's how do you make the shoes still cater to the childcare industry and all those nuances of the design elements. Yeah, or chocolate or dancing or whatever floats your boat.
Right. Yeah, my next site Chris works on will be all about dancing.
All chocolate too. Yeah.
So I pretty much gave up chocolate for over a year now, but yeah, I'm trying to do planks.
Yeah. Those are fun too, right?
They are. Yeah, I started doing it. I posted on Facebook for everybody to come and join me doing planks, and everybody posted for a couple of days.
That's great.
I got up to almost 2 minutes, but I'm like, this is really boring. How do you make it? Anyways, so new obsessions. But let's give people a couple cliffhangers, and you did. And I know there's going to be some things that you reveal at the conference, and there's also going to be some services that you offer to people at the conference. So let's give them a little cliffhanger about why they should come to the conference and why they should find Chris Cooley and say, man, I've got to sit with you at lunch and I've got to have some conversation.
Well, one of the cool things that we're going to do is we'll have really fun types of applications that we're going to do. I'm thinking we're going to do them the first day. And then throughout the rest of the conference, we will be offering 30-minute consultations, free consultations, as long as you fill out the application and we look at it and you sort of pass the test, if you will. Yeah. And that will be with myself and the team. But I think this is a running theme with everybody here. It's like, feel free to just come up to me and pick my brain, right? Like, I'm not going to say, oh, no, you got to pay for that. Sorry. If there's a connection and we're in alignment, I'm going to love to have a conversation with you. Mm-hmm. And yeah, but the consultation is a cool thing. We don't do that. I've got a team, Jessica and Darren are going to come with me, and they are on point with all this stuff too. And so we'll kind of share the wealth and walk people through a brand strategy. So bring your stuff with you, like bring all your branding material, because that would be the point of the consultation. Is after 30 minutes, we give you at least a starting point and a strategy of, should I do a website right now, or should I work on my brand right now? All those things. So,
it's true because, and I want to point this out as a great tip. If you're not ready for a website, and there are, we'll be talking to Devin too, who does, put some great websites together, but it's not about rebranding and going through that whole process. But there are times when I wasted a lot of money because I thought I wanted to go through this whole thing and I just mentally did not know what I wanted. So sometimes you just got to like get it done, and then you could refine it and up level and work with Chris, who really brings that big vision into existence. So
yeah, and if you're not ready for this type of branding, I'm going to be the first one to tell you, because the last thing I want to do is start a relationship with somebody and have this kind of like, oh, well, I'm not, because it comes out in the first week. You know what I mean? And I would much rather, like, I had a mentor that told me ease is speed, right? So the easier it is, the faster it's going to go. Yeah. And if there's friction, it's going to come up right away if you're not ready for this kind of thing. So, but we will point you in the right direction, because ultimately you'll come around to this point a couple of years later or whenever that is. I mean, maybe you have somebody else, but at least you have the knowledge.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So great stuff's going to be revealed. What was I going to ask you? Oh yeah. My question of the day. Are you ready?
Oh boy.
Are you ready? Don't you guys love this platform? I mean, isn't this pretty cool?
It's a lot of fun.
So, yeah, we're going to be trying to make the replay available for everybody too. So that's
cool. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, we're probably going to put it on the conference website. So we'll get like a center recording, and then we'll probably upload it for everybody.
Oh, that's super. Yeah, because I missed a couple earlier, so I'd love to see them all.
Oh man. But the question of the day or the afternoon is really, you've been in business for a while. You've had your levels of growth, your mindset challenges, I'm sure. What is it, business owner to business owner, that you can offer our owners out there in terms of how to make it through when maybe you're doubting yourself, maybe you're unsure, all those different challenges that we go through in our minds, which I think is the hardest part of the climb, is the mindset that we're able to maintain while we're getting to the next level of our business success. So what has it been for you, Chris, whether it's a philosophy, a saying, or just something that you walk through?
It is, for me, it's really easy and straightforward. It's a community and a supportive community. And I think it's amazing that you've built that, Julie. And that's one of the other reasons why we resonate with each other is, I built this community of co-working so that I have these amazing businesses, like-minded businesses around me. And, we have all kinds of live events and seminars, and there's resources for people. But more so, it's about community first. And we all bond on a level greater than business. But what happens is the community ends up leading into collaboration. And what we always say is that leads into capitalism, which ultimately we're here to make money, right? So what's really neat about that is that when you have that kind of a formula, and I heard you talking about culture on the video, that's a culture, because it's not about capitalism first, right? And that word can be really kind of scary and mean different things to different people. But when you talk about the community aspect and it trickles down into let's make money together, that's huge. But yeah, it's support. I mean, when I have business questions, I just had a meeting, with a guy who's another web designer who's been in business for 30 years. And I was picking his brain about retirement options, you know what I mean? And we had breakfast together. Yeah. And those are the kind of amazing support networks that can be built in place. And you've done that for your clients. That's the biggest key for me.
Absolutely. That's incredible. And we call we have a childcare program, Excellence Mentorship, and we'll be talking about that a little bit at the conference. But we call it like our giraffe community. It's our high level visionaries where people have the certain high level view. And the problem when you're looking locally is that you don't get that. So it's really important to come and be a part of these communities like mine or wherever you go, but to be around those high level visionary thinkers. It's critically important.
Yes, successful people too. I mean, and successful in your own definition of it, right? And that's the growth too. I mean, I've had a community there, and I grew out of that community, and now I kind of help build one, and that catered to this like-mindedness. And gosh, I love the people here, and that's part of it too. I mean, I really do. I was riding my bike back from vacation. 3 weeks of vacation, I'm riding back. I'm like, I really miss these people. And I've never felt that way in any other, space or environment, work, quote unquote, environment. So.
Yeah, that's really cool. You know, and the other thing about community too, and this is where I would be seeking Chris out, is because he put this community together is, you know, when we talk about community, I challenge all of our owners that you should be networking with your community. And I'm not talking about other childcare organizations in your community. I'm talking about you find the people who you would consider to be the most successful, and you go and you build relationships with those people. That could be the millionaires in your community, but the people who have been there, done it, and can hold you to that high level. Those are really the people to seek out and be building relationships with, as opposed to the other struggling childcare business owner down the road who talks about lack and there's not enough good staff and it's just industry standard, and we come to accept that. I want everybody to at least leave this Blab Fest seeing something different than what you see with your two eyes, because there's a whole world of possibility that exists within your mind that you need to start seeing, so you bring that into your reality.
So great. It's great information. Love it.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thank you for being here with us, Chris. It's been a delight not only partnering with you this year and working with you, but for you joining us here on our Blab Fest. I'm thrilled and can't wait to see you in about, 6 weeks or so.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thanks to everybody who's on this listening. That's always a big blessing and much appreciated. So yeah, I guess I got to brush up on my dancing skills, pack the chocolate, and I'll be there in 6 weeks.
There you go. There you go. Well, you're going to a European country, aren't you? Where you could bring.
I am. So maybe I'll bring back some of that. We'll have the Seattle chocolate. We'll have the European Spanish stuff and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I might break my no chocolate rule for European.
if I bring those chocolates back, I won't tempt you. It'll be something else. I'll bring something else.
Okay, cool. Yeah, before I let Chris off, I just want to remind everybody to go get your tickets. www.rockmychildcare.com. Meet these amazing people in person and bring your big, bold, dreamy vision to life. And we're giving you the opportunity in 6 weeks to spend 3 transformational days with me and my guest, and also my clients. I mean, you're going to meet some amazing people who have done some amazing work in their childcare programs as a result of our working together. And we've got the special going right now where we've got the owners only session the evening before that you could still get in on. We've got limited seats and limited VIPs available as well. So I hope you'll sign up tonight, grab one of those spots, and just really secure your transformational time. Anything else you want to say, Chris? You good?
I'm good. Thank you so much.
All right. You look like you're like, oh, he's into the moment. Okay.
That's me. I'm laid back. I like it.
All right. Awesome. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to go ahead and demote you in just a moment. So why don't you go ahead and say goodbye to everyone?
Bye, everybody. Thanks again for having me.
All right. And that was Chris. We have one final guest. I know Dee couldn't make it with us, but we do have one final guest, and it's, always where you go last but not least. And I cannot wait to welcome Devin to our Childcare Business Success Blab Fest. This gentleman, we've got a lot of guys. I like this. I cannot wait to welcome this gentleman to our conference because he's got so much information that exceeds the confines of his company and what they actually do, but he's an amazing person. So I'm going to find Devin here on our viewers. And Devin's very easy to find. Devin, I'm promoting you to panelist. And Devin is one who is really crafted, or really honed his craft in this platform, Zoom, so he knows it well. Devin, he's coming live from his vehicle.
Yep, you get me on the run today.
Oh,
I'm in between meetings.
Yeah. What did you say? You missed meetings? Or in between meetings?
In between meetings, yep.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, and I know that our schedule got bumped a little bit, so we're a little bit off with our time slots. I appreciate your being flexible, and all of our guests being flexible. But Devin is with a company called, was it Local Childcare Marketing? I want to make sure I don't say that.
Yep, you got it.
Local Childcare Marketing. And Jeff Fisher has been the face of Local Childcare Marketing, and he called me one day and he's like, I brought on this brilliant person who's going to be helping childcare owners in so many different ways, and you've got to talk to him. And then we started having conversations, and I was delighted to hear that you signed on and wanted to come and be one of our topic experts at our conference.
Yeah, Julie, this is awesome. And I was able to listen to Rob and Chris, and they've both been amazing. We work closely with Rob, and he's great. And Chris, I can't wait to see your work, and we got to connect. If you're still on, make sure we get together at the conference. So
yeah,
this is awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's why I told Chris, I'm like, you're going to meet so many other amazing people that there's going to be some more, joint efforts going on for this industry. And I'm so excited. So the important question, Devin, we'll start with this big one, is do you dance?
I don't dance. My wife's an amazing dancer, and I'm a stander, so I just stand there.
Can you like do a snip? Well, see, you'll do that.
No, I can dance a little bit, so it'll be all right. I'll bring it.
Willingness counts for a lot. So Devin, why don't you go ahead and tell us about local childcare marketing, what you guys do, and your role with the company.
Yeah, definitely. Local childcare marketing, we're a web presence development company. So we kind of pick up where Chris leaves off. We do a little bit of website development, but really our core is making you look good online, making sure parents can find you, and making sure you stand out above your competition. We've been in the industry for 6 years, specifically with just working with child cares. We worked with all businesses before that. Jeff Fisher and I did partner last year. I'm now the president of the company, and I do sales and marketing. And then Jeff and our team of over 20 are behind the scenes, making sure that what I sell gets delivered at the rate and the way it should be.
Fantastic. So that's a lot of great things that you offer there. So what do you think it is? So you talked about parents really finding you online. So what does that mean? Does that mean Google? Does that mean Facebook? Does that mean Instagram, Snapchat? There should be a song about all these different tools. Maybe you can make a wrap up for us. But
there we go. I'll put that on my homework. I got it.
But what does it really entail?
Yeah, finding you online is, it starts with your website, right? At the end of the day, no matter where they find you, they should end up on your website. So that's why Chris was right. Your brand has to speak to parents, and it has to speak to what flows through you. So the better your brand, the better that's going to be. And then it comes through directories. So if someone does a Google search and they look at the top of the search, right below that you have paid ads. So that's pay-per-click. Google's changed, so they're showing 3 to 6 ads there now. So a lot of real estate in a Google search to paid ads. Below that, you have the 3-pack, which is Google directories. That used to be 6, so that's getting more competitive as well. So you want to make sure your business shows up there. Reviews help with that, and more directories you're in. And then below that, you have organic listings, which is your website, could be blog content, newsletters. And also there is where you have the chance for social media accounts like Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and Google Plus and Pinterest and YouTube and blah, 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 right, to show up. So we help with all of those different aspects. And that's what we help you do, because it's a lot to manage on your own. But if you do have a marketing person, we can help them have a strategy that works.
Yeah, that is a lot of things. And I often think about that as a business owner, is like, which platform do I go on first? Is it Facebook? We do a lot with LinkedIn for building relationships. But some of the other ones, it's like, and I tell my team, I'm like, you just got to talk to our experts, because I don't care to know any of this. And I think that's, that should be the mindset of our owners too, because you should be enrolling. Even when you're fully enrolled, you should be out there enrolling, and you need people in place to really be bringing the strategy and the expertise that they are so passionate about. So that's a huge success tip right in itself.
Yep, definitely.
So Devin, why are you so passionate about the work that you do? And I know that you've got your hands in some different things, and you love, from what I gather about you, you love the training and speaking aspect of the work that you get to do in all different capacities. But what else, really inspires you about the work that you do with childcare owners and directors and teams?
Yeah, I love our industry. I love what we get to do. Being a marketer, I win when you win, right? So the only way I make money, and the only way you should keep paying me, is if you're winning. So it's so rewarding for me to work with childcare owners and help you grow your center, because when you grow your center, you're going to be happier. You're helping impact families. You're helping impact children. And at the end of the day, it's so exciting to see that success. And that's why I chose this industry. I love working with childcare owners because you guys are all super passionate, and I get inspired. When I get on calls with clients, I usually get off the call really excited and really energized, because you guys are so passionate about what you do. So it's really fun for me to share my passion, and then kind of draw some energy from you as well. And that's why we love this industry, and that's also why we love what we do.
What are a few hot tips that you could offer people? So even if we have viewers out there, they're making a really bad decision not to come to the conference. you know, it is a bad decision, but what are some tips that we could offer our viewers, whether they're coming or not, just in terms of how to help their presence online?
Yeah, definitely. First, if you're on the fence, go to the conference, get your ticket, get there. I promise Julie's going to deliver. It's going to be worth your time. I mean, the vendors list that's going to be there, just get there. Like, you have no excuses. Make it happen.
And, and I have to say, Devin, you're coming from Arizona, right?
We're coming from Nevada, so yeah.
Yeah, you could tell it's like still bright and sunny there. I'm jealous. But he's coming from Nevada, and a lot of people are like, oh, you know, I don't travel that far to conferences. Well, I can tell you, success is not convenient. And you have to travel, and I've traveled all over the place. I've invested tons of money in my own growth. So it's nothing that we haven't done ourselves that we're asking you to do, to come out and join us.
All the time. We go to industry conferences too. We go to about 6 of them a year just to stay up to date and learn. So make sure you get there. A couple tips I actually want to give you. We have a little bullet point list, 5 things to do to build your web presence that you can do weekly. The first thing is directory cleanup, which is really critical right now. Google is ranking websites based on how many directories you're in. A directory is anywhere your name, address, and phone number can be listed. So my challenge to you is, it's really simple. Do a Google search for XYZ childcare with the city you do business in. See what shows up. There's probably going to be a Yelp, maybe a care.com listing, something like that, a Google listing. And once a week, find one of those and add photos, add content, add bullet points, make sure you claim it, and you're going to win. Most childcares are in about a dozen of those. Most of them have only claimed 3. So if you start this week before the conference, you'll be ahead of all your competition. The second tip we have is post daily to Facebook and post daily to Google+. Google is not going to rank your Facebook, but Facebook is incredibly important for engaging families. Google does look at Google+, though, for how they rank. So that's another huge tip. Third tip, ask for reviews. One of the biggest things we see missing is, you tell me that your business grows on word of mouth, which is very true in the industry, yet you don't have testimonials from parents, which is online word of mouth. Statistic for you to remember is 80% of people trust an online review as much as a personal recommendation. 80%, right? So that's a huge number. So make sure you're gathering reviews. And then last but not least, make sure you're writing 1 to 2 blog posts a month. And all a blog post has to be is an update about what you have going on in the industry. It could be, here's a new menu, here's a new staff member, here's a new classroom, so-and-so how to win. If you do those 4... Yep, something, right? If you do those 4 things, and then the 5th is just always do that search about yourself and see what shows up, you're going to win. And you're going to be doing 5 times more than your competition because they're not doing any of it.
Woo! Ooh, those are some great hot tips, Devin. Thank you for those. Ooh. Now let's give everybody a little cliffhanger. So we just gave them some hot tips. So what are they going to miss out on if they don't come to the conference and spend some time with you, and even just all the juicy content I have for them? But what are they going to miss by not being there? So let's leave some teasers, cliffhangers, any of that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely. Ours is just like Chris. Actually, we have the exact same offer. We're going to be doing free strategy sessions, it's called our Platinum Web Presence Review. We're going to look at your web presence together, show you what's good, show you what's bad, and we'll give you 5 action items that you can take and implement so that you can start working on your web presence. The other thing that you can do is it's called Stump the Expert. Come by the table with any question you have about your online marketing or business, and Jeff and I are happy to talk about that with you. Jeff has over 40 years of business experience, so he's really, really knowledgeable about business. I also do sales coaching and sales training, so I'd love for you to come and bring those challenging questions, and then let's talk about it. And then my offer to everybody at any conference, any presentation, anywhere, is I'll have coffee with anyone. So if you just want to hang out, I'm happy to get coffee with you, or if beer's your thing, we could do some beer too.
Fantastic. And you can do beer. So our first night, we got the VIP gala going on. I'm going to buy you your first beer. And
I'm holding you to that.
Yep, everybody will get a nice little drink ticket from me, and I'm actually come in the VIP room too. And that's my only sad point is I feel it's kind of like being at a wedding, where it's like I feel like I don't get enough time to spend with everybody kind of, outside of hours, but I'm on the stage for 3 days really bringing the transformational content. And then we've got our VIP gala where I go and, dessert, drink, and Devin's going to buy you another drink. So there you go. Grab that VIP. So I like that. I like the free assessments, and those are going to be happening during our breaks. Is that our topic? Yep. We'll be able to do those assessments with you or during lunch or after hours. And our conference is scheduled to go, the first evening we're doing 7 to 8:30. Then we've got the VIP gala the first night. And then the second night of the conference, we're going to be taking a dinner break and then coming back for an amazing evening session that's going to be power-packed with more content. So we're really going to fill your cup, so to speak, with lots of juicy stuff. And the property itself, Devin, I know you weren't there last year, but it's surrounded by like 3 natural lakes. And I'm
excited.
Yeah, and it's very secluded. So, our participants were saying, you know what, I want to go back there and take a vacation there myself. So it's going to be a fantastic time. So, in the line of what you do, I was wondering if you could share with us maybe one of the toughest challenges that somebody's come to within the childcare industry, what the situation, and you can generalize for us, but what was it that you really helped somebody turn around in their childcare business?
Yeah, I think the toughest challenge that we've seen, and I'm going to give you 2 examples that I think are relevant. The first is multiple locations. One of the hardest things when dealing with your web presence and growth is if you have more than one location, figuring out how to name those locations and separate them and manage them and market to all of them fairly and fill the right location and not the other location. So today, actually, I had a consultation with a lady. They have an early child care center, they have an elementary school and a middle school, all private, and they're really struggling with that. And just during the strategy session, we were able to identify some really simple things they could do that would help parents understand their brand better and engage with it online correctly so that they could find them. So that's one example. The other example is the one I really don't like seeing, but it happens, is really, really bad reviews online. Maybe you bought a center that existed before. Maybe you had a teacher that just wasn't a fit, or maybe you have an ex-employee, which happens, that goes off and says something really bad about you online. So helping a center create a strategy for gathering positive reviews and then dealing with those negative ones, which we're all going to have to deal with at some point, in a way that makes you seem very professional, and can actually help you market by dealing with the negative ones. So there's 2 examples for you.
Yeah, and I know that we have a lot of our clients too who are looking at expansion, so they'll probably want to be chatting with you because they are like, what do we name it? How do we get everything in alignment? All these different kinds of things they're thinking of. And this is where I think, Chris is going to be invaluable too, just from a branding perspective of really bringing the picture together. But these are things that you sit there by yourself and you start spinning your wheels about what you need to do and think about what, especially our owners out there, what should you guys be making per hour? And if you translate that all the time that you're spinning your wheels, what does that amount to? And to me,
well, the things you don't know, right? Like really one good example, they had one primary phone number for their 3 schools because they have one lady who answers. That is not the right decision because in Google's eyes, that's one company, right? But that's something you may not know, right? But we know that. So we're there, ask those questions.
Yeah, and who would even think of that? That would be a great tip sheet for you guys, is the questions nobody knows to ask except for us.
Yep, and come by our booth because we have a really good handout that it's actually a web presence audit that asks a lot of those questions.
Fantastic. All right, Devin, is there anything that you'd like to say in closing? I think we got some great information. We've got your cliffhanger, we've got your success tips, we've got some of the toughest challenges that you've helped our people with. Is there anything that you want to share from a mindset or visionary perspective as being part of the company? What are the tough challenges that you've gone through and what's been an inspiration to you, whether it's a philosophy, a quote, a book, whatever it might be. But, I know that, you've had some of those challenges as well as everybody else and climbing to where we're at. What's been the main thing that's helped you overcome those?
Yeah, definitely. I want to pick up right where Chris left off. Surround yourself with winners and surround yourself with mentors and people who know more than you know. And that might even be in your same industry, but it might be other industries, you know. So every month I consciously try to meet with 3 to 5 people that I respect, that I know have more knowledge than I do about anything. And that could be personal, it could be professional, it doesn't really matter. But always get around those people who are going to pull you to the next level, right? They're going to put their hand down and go, hey, I got this. Let me help you get up here. Here's what I did. Don't make these decisions. You know, whether it's how you get finances, how you sell, are you going to buy your location? You know, there's things that maybe you haven't done that someone in your network knows. And then never judge anyone, because you'll be really, really surprised who a valuable partner or mentor could be. It could be your florist. It could be the person who cuts your hair, right? So just be open to that, and you'll find some really cool relationships that you surround yourself with winners, and guess what? You're going to win. It's law of attraction.
Oh, that's brilliant. I love that. I just feel like we've had this whole flow through the whole Blab Fest of everybody kind of like building upon what the next person's saying. So I just feel the energy, and it's amazing. So yeah, so Devin, so thank you so much for joining us. And I want to remind everybody, go to www.rockmychildcare.com, grab your VIP ticket, and yeah, we hope to see you at the conference in July. So Devin, thank you for being here. Is there anything you want to say in closing?
I just want to tell everybody, you have to be there, right? How are you going to get to meet all these wonderful people? Chris, Rob, Susan, Chuck, all these people are amazing. So get there. I can tell you, I've seen them at other shows. I've got to know them. They're amazing. And after having quite a few meetings with Julie and getting to know her, Julie is really good, and she speaks from the heart, and you got to be there to get filled back up so that you can come back and lead your staff, and you can, you know, point yourself in the right direction. So make sure you're there, and I promise you it's going to be amazing. So looking forward to it.
Thank you, thank you. And Devin's even going to polish up some of his undanced dance moves. So I'm going to go ahead and, Devin, how did I do with Zoom?
To end it?
No, how did I do? Did I do okay? Because you're like,
Zoom.
You're part of the platform.
Yeah, you've done great. I love Zoom. Zoom is one of the easiest platforms, and it's great for recording and panelists. And you can do stuff like I'm doing now because the app works.
Yeah, you know, and we are going to learn this and teach about, really, we have a 4-step formula for facilitating staff meetings that sizzle. And I really want to work in the virtual platform, because I've been managing virtual teams probably for like 10 years in addition to live teams. And I think some of these tools that really work are amazing.
Yeah. Let's grab a cup of coffee or a call, and I'll tell you some other tips and tools we found, because managing 20 people in 9 different countries, we've learned some things.
Ooh, okay, I'm going to take you up on that. We'll do another virtual, or you have to let me know when you're in the area.
Love it.
All right, great.
Thanks, Julie.
Much, Devin, for being here. Remember, everyone, grab your tickets at www.rockmychildcare.com. I'm going to go ahead and, Devin, if you're still there, you can go ahead and wave bye to everyone.
Bye, everybody.
All right, I'm changing Devin back to a viewer. All right, and then it is just me, unless Robin tells me there's somebody else on the line. So Robin, if there's anybody else who I need to be talking with, if Dee managed to show, let me know. But otherwise, I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for you being here, joining us on our first ever childcare business success Blab Fest. Robin's sending me a message right now. Oh, Robin says that's all of our guests for now. So I'm going to lower hands. And also we've got, I think we had something else coming through here. Okay, I don't see it right now. We had somebody maybe raising their hand. Oh, Lucy. Hey, Lucy from Australia. She says, thanks, Julie. It's really good. Zoom is good. Yeah, Zoom is fantastic. Lucy, I wish you were coming out from Australia. Well, maybe you will. I'm going to hold you. Maybe you'll come join us for this year's conference. So I want to conclude. I'm going to conclude with a couple of things. One is I wanted just to tell you the other steps that are involved with our childcare business success model. And then I also am going to end it by just playing some videos for you guys from the conference. So if you're still convinced in your heart, like, don't know if it's the right place for me, I want to tell you a little bit about how it's different and show you some videos from some previous events so that you'll be really inspired tonight to go grab a VIP ticket so you won't miss one amazing thing. I'm just going to check in with the Oh, somebody wants to know, they said they came in late, can I view it later? We are going to be making the replay of this available. So you'll probably be able to go to the conference website and we'll have the video playing there. It's like 4 hours or so of video, but it's going to be amazing. And I also encourage everybody to write the date and time on your calendar. We're going to come back and do part 2 of this. We're not done with all of our guests. And next Tuesday, I'm looking at my calendar, which is the 14th, I believe at 2 o'clock, right, Robin? From 2 to 4, we're going to have part 2. It's going to be a little bit of a shorter segment, but it's still going to be incredibly powerful for you to come and join us live. So mark it on your calendar, set the alarm on your phone so that you remember. Tanya says, great, I will be there. Great, we look forward to seeing you. Oh, it's Monday. Is it Monday, Robin? Okay, so I'm sorry, it's Monday, June 13th from 2 to 4. So that is the time of our next Blab Fest. So Monday, June 13th from 2 to 4. Thank you, Robin, for the clarification. And, you know, that's one of the things that I've gotten really good at is delegating my time, and all of my people are really in charge of my calendar. I'm not. We'll be talking about that at the conference, about really effective delegating. So the things that you are going to gain from what I am going to be presenting is how to create and cultivate your positive workplace culture. How do you genuinely and authentically feel about having a or how you authentically feel about having your team in place? So what we want to do is transform you to where you are incredibly excited about the people who you have in place. Also, what I want to share with you at the conference is where to find those really good staff. And I also am going to show you how you do anything is how you do everything with our childcare business success model. Now, how we're different with the model that I created is that you could get lots of strategy, and you may have collected file cabinets filled with strategy. And I really believe that if you have strategy and you add more strategy to it, you just need more strategy, meaning you're always on the constant look for the strategy. But if you take getting some amazing strategy along with a powerful personal transformation that allows you to implement the strategy, you're going to get greater levels of childcare business success. And that's what we're really about. It's not about dumping a lot of strategy on you going, oh, here you go, take it and run with it, have fun, now keep up with the Joneses. It's really about helping you to maybe get unstuck, to maybe transform your mindset to where it needs to be to experience the shift. Maybe you need to start thinking more like a millionaire mind so you could support your millionaire business. But we want to help you transform and shift that mindset so that you can get to that next level of success up to where you want to grow. So our clients see some amazing things happen, including attracting and retaining dreamy staff and dreamy clients. I have clients who during periods when you wouldn't typically be able to enroll a lot of families were able to fill enrollments in record time. And she comes back, and you'll meet her at the conference. Her name is Mary, you know, somebody who's just really taken a lot of what we teach and made some monumental shifts in her childcare program. But she's like, Julie, it's just crazy. You know, you would think at times when you weren't able to enroll, I filled the house. I filled my program, and you said I would, and I did. And sometimes what's missing in your childcare business success model is somebody who really holds you to that higher standard, is that somebody who sees it with their eyes, what you can't yet see with yours, to really help you move into that space of possibility with what you once deemed impossible. So we want to get you the time, freedom, and profits that every childcare business owner dreams of. And I tell you what, for every enrollment spot that you currently do not have filled, that's a lot of profit that's dripping out of your pocket. And I encourage you to think about the lifetime value of one client. And if that one client is worth a couple $100 to you, or 500, whatever it might be, and you've got 20 or 30 or 40 enrollments to fill, do the math. Seriously, do the math and ask yourself, what is this costing me? Because if you make the decision not to come out to the conference, you're making the decision to stay stuck in this other thing that is your reality that's costing you lots of money. The enrollment piece is only one part of the business success model. The other part of it is your staff. Unmotivated staff is one of the biggest profit killers that I've seen. And in some of our multi-site clients where we've got 8 or 10 centers, you know, they're experiencing $14 million leaking out of their pocket every single year because they have unmotivated, unproductive staff. So you've really got to look at that component and say, what is it costing me not to turn it around? And I tell you what, it's costing you a heck of a lot more than a VIP ticket or a general registration ticket or the airfare expense or whatever it is that you need to do to get to the event so you can start making these huge monumental shifts in your childcare business. So that's what we want to help you do, is work on those things that are draining your profits, the staff motivation, the empty spots that you have. Also, you're losing money if staff members are not your raving fans. So we want to get you to a place where your clients are raving and your staff are raving. And there's these little things that create wow moments. I'm going to talk to you about those so that you can implement those hard and heavy in your childcare program to create those moments where people cannot help but rave about what you've created. Then there's also the thing of really building relationships that you can leverage. We talk about filling enrollments instead of one little granule of sand at a time like you would fill your sandbox, but really taking a whole big bag of sand and dumping it in. And that's really dependent upon you building relationships with the right people in your community where you can leverage those relationships so that when you do have a spot that opens up, you can make a few phone calls, put a few words out there, and you've got enrollments coming in. Clients will often tell me that the experience that they have with us is really magical in the way that it works. And one of the things that's in my heart to do for you is to really help you experience the transformation that authentically, and here's the words again, genuinely make you happy. And I know there's things that are stressing you out. I know that there are things that are taking away from your happiness. You might even be contemplating, do I even stay in this industry, because there's so much stress, so many rules, so many regulations, so many different ways that you have to bend to suffice everyone. We want to tell you how to get back that happiness so that you're no longer putting that smile on a stick over your face, but so that you're really feeling it. So that when the parents come in to tour your childcare program, they feel how emotionally connected you are with your business or your childcare program, and it radiates. And that's what we want for you, is to be authentically and genuinely happy, not use it as a buzzword, but to really get you to that place where you're operating from. So our childcare business success model, that's the foundational element, starts with our vision. And our vision is supported by our mindset, right? The mindset that we have will either diminish or increase that vision. The next component in our childcare business success model, and you could think about this as a set of interrelated rings like I showed you here in the actual model. So we've got our vision, then our mindset, then it's our people. And our people consist of our clients and our staff. And then we have our processes. And I think about our processes as all of our marketing. And everything, once you really get to this place where you're feeling authentic and genuine with who you are in your business, your marketing, your web design, your branding, it flows out of you. But the problem is some of us get stuck, and then we could stay stuck for a month, 2 months, 3 months, and then figure out what is your time worth. So if you want another profit killer, think about how many hours you spend spinning your wheels, thinking about things, and how much is that costing you. And some of you might not even be making what you need to be making or what you should be making per hour. And we want to help you change that as well. And another thing that we're going to help you do at the conference is really figure out how to stand out in your community as the childcare program of choice. What are the differentiating factors that are going to pull you so far apart, you're going to be like, there is no competition. And I wholeheartedly believe that, even though, you know, I might get compared to others in the industry, I really believe that there's no competition, because what I do is so uniquely me that nobody else can replicate that unless they're putting on a smile on a stick. But it's all about you and what you want to bring to life and how dreamy you want to get with your business, with your life, or our directors, your childcare program, and how soon you want to make that happen. And my question to you is, why not now? Why not now? In 6 weeks, the opportunity is here. I'm Julie Bartkus. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you. I'm going to play some videos for you in closing from past conference attendees so you can just kind of sit and listen to it and see if it resonates for you to come on out and join us. And if you have questions, I do encourage you to call my office at 1-800-211-5671. You can reach out to Robin or myself for questions, or my staff. We also have Leanne and Michaela who can help you out. But reach out to us. And if you're sold like this conference is the place you need to be, please go to www.rockmychildcare.com. Grab your tickets, whether it's VIP or general registration, while the prices are still really low and while we still have VIP openings, as well as the opening for our pre-conference session for owners only, our closed-door session. I'm Julie Bartkus, and I cannot wait to help you experience the transformations that you so much desire, and most importantly, from the bottom of my heart, deserve. All right, in closing, I'm just going to play some videos for you, and remember, go to rockmychildcare.com. If there's any comments you want to leave for me, go ahead and feel free to submit those through chat, or there should be a Q&A button as well that you can submit a question in through. But I'm going to do a screen share and play some videos for you, and Robin, if I have difficulties, please let me know where people can't hear me. But I'm going to do a screen share here. The tab I'm looking for, I think, is buried. Oh, there it is. Okay. So we're not done. If you want to stay tuned for some videos, please join me for just a little video watching time. Great time to grab a glass of wine. But this is the conference website, so you can go to rockmychildcare.com, and we've got all kinds of amazing objectives right here laid out for you. And past attendees, the different results that they've gotten. But like I said, I wanted to share some videos for you. Here are two of my clients, Brandy and Debbie from the award-winning Brandy's Place.
And this is my daughter, Brandy Gibson, and we are owners of Brandy's Place Early Learning and Child Care Center in Swartz Creek, Michigan. Sign up with Julie to find out how she can change your program and make you the best center in your area. Anyone that owns a child care center and is looking to improve their staff, improve their motivation, and be successful, you need to contact Julie. You won't be sorry. She's been the best thing for our center.
And that was a video from Brandy and Debbie. I hope you were able to hear that. I'm just waiting to hear from Robin to make sure. I texted you, Robin, just to make sure that we could hear your hear the videos that I'm playing for you. All right, let's go ahead and hear. Let's see what she has to say.
My name is Rebecca Dielabar from Kids Crossing Learning Center in Vicksburg, Michigan. And I am here, and what Stephen Covey suggests is to sharpen my saw. And I would totally suggest or totally recommend Julie Bartkus' seminars. I had a 20-minute phone conversation with her, and in that 20 minutes, I was able to turn some things around. And then coming to the center, or coming to this conference, I have gotten so many things to take away that when I get home, I'm going to implement and put into place. Thank you. Thank you, Julie.
All right, I've got some more that I'm going to play for you here. Here we go. This is Cheryl, who will be back this year, I think her third year.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Nicholson, and I'm with Willie Williams Daycare and Preschool in Muskegon, Michigan. Our preschool's been there for 28 years. I came to this conference excited because I thought there were some problems I was going to fix and find out how to hire, which is true. I did learn that. However, the most important thing I took away from this conference is that I don't have to be ran by the business. I deserve to have joy and also be able to give that joy back to my staff and to my children and my families, and that the techniques and the strategies that Julie's giving us allows me to feel like I have the confidence to accomplish this. So I encourage you to take the time and then to invest in yourself with Julie, because she'll really take care of it for you. Thank you so much, Julie, for all that you do.
And that was Cheryl. I'm going to play a couple more for you. Let's see. And you can come back to this page to Rock My Child Care and watch some videos yourself. I won't play all of them. I'm just going to end with a few.
Director of Kids First Neighborhood Child Care in Las Vegas, Nevada. Our business has been, our center has been in business for 15 years, although I've only been the director for a year. All the things I've learned from Julie have really impacted our success. I believe in my staff, and we continue to grow and improve every day. In fact, during lunch,
I called my director or my owner and told him how excited I am to come back to work on Monday and share all this with the rest of the staff. I highly recommend this training and other trainings with Julie. She's great, letting you look at the real picture and really motivating you to see what's inside and giving you the potential to get out there and do it and make everything as wonderful as you know it can be.
Ooh, some good one. I haven't listened to these in a while. This is super cool. Let's see who else. I'm just going to jump around a little bit. This is Diana.
Hi, my name is Diana Darmoskita with Inspire Kids Montessori. I came to this childcare conference, wanted to learn how to get more enrollment as well as managing my staff to be more efficient. I learned so much and having fun at the same time. And I learned so much in this conference. This is a very, very good conference for any childcare owner to come. Thank you.
And let's see, and we'll go to Laurie.
My name is Laurie Jessup, and I have Bitter Early Learning Center in Corrales, Montana. I've been listening to Julie's coaching for probably the past 6 months. This is the first conference I've ever been with her. And I take away from this conference to not think of my business as a hobby anymore, to actually think of it as a business and being a successful business. So thanks, Julie.
And I'll just pick a couple more here to close with. So let's see here. I'll go over to Lynn. I forgot what everybody has to say, so I'm hoping it's good.
My name is Lynn Sutton. I own Kids Corner Child Care Center in Williamsville, New York. I've been working with Julie for about a year. I'm excited about being at the conference because it's very multifaceted in what it's offering me as an owner and my directors who are here as well. It's gone from success in business in terms of profitability to working with staff. Staff are the key to any successful child care program, and the secrets and ideas that she's given us both here and in other conferences have really paid off.
And that was Lynn, and maybe I'll pick one more for you guys. Let's see here. Go to Tina. What does she have to say?
Hi, my name is Tina Banks. I'm the owner of Kid Innovations in Georgia. I would like to thank Julie for putting on this amazing conference, this Child Care Business Success Conference, and inspire me to change the future of the world.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and end there for those of you who are still on with me, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for you being here, and I'm going to go ahead and end the meeting, but if you do have anything you'd like to say on chat, please feel free to do so, and I will take a look at those later and see how I can respond on email. Otherwise, I think I'm going to go and have some late dinner, and like I said, energy expands when you get in the right environment, and I adore all of our guests who are on tonight. Thank you all very, very much. And remember, put it on your calendars, Monday, 2 o'clock Central Standard Time. And in the interim, don't forget, Tanya, you're chatting with me, go get your conference ticket. www.rockmychildcare.com, and I cannot wait to see you in person and help you make quantum leaps and really bring your big, bold, dreamy vision back to life. And all of our guests. Remember, who was it who's bringing special dance shoes? But remember, I think that was Rob. Rob's bringing special dance shoes. Remember, it's going to be a party that you want to be at. And what was the saying that I heard? I tell this to my clients a lot, is that misery loves company, but success throws a way better party. And we are throwing one at rockmychildcare.com. I'll see you there. Thank you for tuning in.